I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome to America's Third Party, everybody. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Freedom Friday, the place where you can ask questions about things like chemtrails, the safety of chemtrails, things that are being sprayed in our skies. Are they germs? Are they viruses? The 5G network. How come we have no animal studies for safety done on that? Or, in the past 30 years, vaccines. RFID chips. We've got no RFID chip studies done, long-term use of RFID chips on humans. Genetically modified food and its effect on our bodies long-term, causing cancer. Pesticides. Democrats never talk about pesticides or Roundup. So welcome everybody to America's Third Party, where we talk about the real issues facing our environment and our country. We are not here to take away your right to bear arms, too. So all of you people on the right, relax. I'll never talk about gun control. It's completely off the table. We won't push our agenda that is spinning you out of your house and taking away your freedoms and your rights. That's another important factor. Obviously, our country is being forced into deciding, do they support rioters? Do they support protests? And we understand that Black Lives Matter is now setting up a contingency to arm up, and they're going in the streets with weapons. Yeah, instead of taking a lead and saying that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization now, it's no longer representing black people. That would be a good move, but Trump won't do that. He's actually endorsing the activities of these people, which is bizarre for a president to be inciting riots, right? But that's Trump. That's what he does. He's forgotten what really matters in our country. Our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, our Third Amendment, our Fourth. Our Third Amendment was under attack. Recently, a group of National Guards members, 1,200 of them, were kicked out of a D.C. hotel. That was interesting. Yeah. No one has a right, or no one, or rather, the Third Amendment ensures that your house is not used for quartering of soldiers. So in a way, the D.C. mayor is absolutely right for kicking them out. No reason why not. Yeah, my core plan is to help build up our Bill of Rights, obviously. And since I'm having a hard time finding my all my data on this. I'm going to have to build it up myself. Wow. I must have been in the show one day and I hit the negative button on our rights. I got to get that back on the screen. Yeah. Here we go. This is what we're really all about. The First Amendment right to free speech and assembly, which has been taken away by Trump, ignoring our rights. Our Fourth Amendment rights. Obviously, our Fifth Amendment rights, owning a business, your rights to privacy, your Fourth Amendment rights. These amendments are under attack. And we've got to get them back on track. And that's why this third party is really important right now, because the two parties have forgotten about our rights. Well, you could say the Republicans are really, avidly trying to help your Second Amendment right, but not really. Trump has already initiated the process of red flag laws with Lindsey Graham. Very weird stuff. Doesn't seem right. Trying to get it. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Put a red background behind it. Yeah, I should have done this the pre-show, but I was a little consumed with all kinds of things. That's what happens when you have a pretty busy show. And we're getting lots of links. Let's look at this one right here. This is brand new. Talk about white guilt. There's so many people that are like bending a knee and apologizing for being white, which is absurd. Everyone thinks, oh, what about white entitlement? I don't know what white entitlement is. I've never experienced it in my life. I'm a victim of affirmative action. I'm one of the key victims of affirmative action right after the Bakke decision. I was the #1 student in my high school class of 770 students, but I couldn't get a scholarship to go to a college that I wanted to. In fact, the colleges I wanted to didn't even accept me, even though I was a 4.0 student. Yeah, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, Yale, all refused my admission. Yeah, and it wouldn't give me any money to go to college as well. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? I am one of the key victims of affirmative action. I don't mind telling you that that's a serious problem. We should be addressing that, as opposed to, oh, the poor black people. Well, yeah, it is a pretty bad, but BLM, Black Lives Matter, does not address the poor black people living in Chicago. They never even talk about it. They only pop up during the election period, too. BLM just pops up during the election period, the summer before the elections. That's what they do. Okay. We're going to ask you to remove yourself from the show. It's just a bad name. If you see someone loitering, if your neighbors are being too loud, if someone's speeding, if someone appears to be going through a mental health crisis, if you feel threatened, if you feel compelled to call 911, don't call the cops. Cops may make you feel safer, but when you call them, you're putting your black poor, brown poor, and LGBT community members' lives in danger. Scan this to learn about alternatives to policing. So in other words, white guilt is making our streets less safe. They're telling people to not even do that. And our president doesn't do anything to stop this. He continues to confuse protests with riots. Now, when he put out mace and rubber bullets to clear the street out in front of him for his church selfie with a Bible, in which he didn't even say a prayer, everybody, including our Secretary of Defense, was kind of shocked by that whole event. And there's a lot of backlash right now because his misuse of power is so evident. And the fact that he used mace against innocent protesters shows you he doesn't support the protest. He supports violence. Your president supports violence. That's why he said, you loot, we shoot. What kind of an idiot would say that? That's inciting violence. So even General Mattis and John Kelly, all these people are saying this guy is out of it. General Mattis said we've had 3 years of an unqualified, unprofessional person running our country. But is this over? It's Bring My Heart Pitter Patter. What do you got, Odin? Oh, it's over from Hawaii? Live in Hawaii, 1973. Okay, yeah. Elvis Presley's great. Yeah, if Elvis really, he's doing great too right now. I understand his ministry is moving forward rather rapidly. Yeah, His name is Bob Joyce now, right? Oh, but he denies being Elvis Presley? Right. Well, that's one of my favorite things. I was quite amazed when I heard this man sing, Bob Joyce and Bob Joyce Ministry. And I heard him sing and I was like, is this guy Elvis Presley? Because he sings exactly like Elvis Presley, and he's the right age category to be Elvis Presley. Some people believe that Elvis Presley faked his death just to get out of the limelight. It's a pretty interesting theory. I wish we'd had more people like Bob Joyce, even if he isn't Elvis Presley. Too many people are captivated by preachers that are just all about money.
Win! Almighty! Strong! Shall win! Eat! Burn this thing! In the name of Jesus! In the name of Jesus! COVID-19!
COVID-19,
COVID-19!
COVID-19,
COVID-19!
COVID-19.
COVID-19!
As you know, I say a few things to people just to keep them on their toes. And one of the reasons why I do a silent time when I talk to the camera with lip reading is many of you who are lip readers are having a hard time communicating without a mask. Or with a mask, I should say. Many people who do lip reading who are forced to wear masks now can't really understand what people are saying. So, yeah, so apparently we're now looking at a brand new agenda. A president who doesn't know the difference between riots and protests, a guy who endorses riots as well as protests, and seemingly a man who's playing both sides against the middle, dividing the country. Kind of like Barack Obama, in a way. I mean, in that way, Donald Trump is exactly like Barack Obama, a divider. Isn't that kind of a truth? Can't we just assume that that's what's happening right now? Because Trump has done everything he can to separate the left from the right. Been no effort whatsoever, and neither did Obama have any effort to talk about people on the right. He didn't include them in his dialogue on Obamacare. South African gang posing as COVID doctors rob pensioners. Watch this. Yeah, this is a lot of fleecing going on around the world under the guise of COVID-19. Here they are pretending to be doctors, right? COVID testing agents, and they're going to try to bring people in. 4 gang members dressed up as healthcare workers with masks, face shields, and gloves when they allegedly robbed the pensioners at a payout point inside a market. Ha! Look at that. There is no audio of this, but it's pretty obvious they're moving pretty hard on. It's a good scam, yeah. No, if you embrace Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you're actually becoming racist in the eyes of a lot of people. Yeah. You didn't know that? Christians are seen as racists. And the arch left sees all Christians as racist. You didn't know that? Yeah, so I think you got that flipped around. Okay, if you believe that, go ahead. Yeah, you say anything with the word COVID or Black Lives Matter and you'll get money from the Democrats. What's the total payout? I think $13 million the Floyd family has received from overly white guilted people who are extremely generous and understand. You know, and I still can't confirm whether George Floyd died. I can't. The reason is as complete as the autopsy was, there was no open casket. They never. Yeah, seriously. Why didn't the family do an open casket if they wanted to revere him in the afterlife? I mean, Why was it a closed casket? Yeah, that's my concern. I mean, with Elvis, we know he had an open casket. We saw him there, but it was melting in the sun, and they saw that the wax was melting. No, Jim Nabors didn't fake his death. The media purported that Jim Nabors died back in the 1980s, when in fact he lived, well into the 2012, I think. Let's see, Jim Nabors died. Yeah, the media said stories out there. 2017 he died. The media said story back in the 80s that Jim Nabors died. That was just a radio report. That's how they create the illusion. It's an illusion of the Mandela effect. There's another one that happened with a guy named Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon Lightfoot said he was not dead. He had to tell people, I'm not dead. He went on a radio show because people were saying Gordon Lightfoot had died. The media announced that he had died. He's very much alive. And he went on a radio show and talked about it. Yeah. Why Gordon Lightfoot died, then came back to life. Yeah, they did a radio show with him and talked about it. He's a great singer, you know. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, all these great songs he sang. He's still singing, too. But why Gordon Lightfoot was surprised to hear he had died on his car radio one day, how the voices in his head helped Brian Wilson make music, and other rock history stories, yeah. That's a whole story on Gordon Lightfoot.
From the Under the Influence digital box set, this episode is from season 7.
No, I don't want to do it, but you can actually check that out online. But they always put out statements saying people die and then they don't. And it's all about media manipulation. That's why many of you think there is such a thing as a Mandela effect. Don't fall for it. It's a lot of crap. The person who did this should be charged with aggravated assault and possibly attempted murder. Rioters purposely set fire to a cop. I think this was in England, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this was pretty serious. This could go violent, especially... Look at that. Yeah. That's exactly what could happen in any situation. They literally set the guy on fire. I don't know, he must have had some burns on his back. They did put out the fire, but it's just what a crazy thing. Barack Hussein Obama, who did absolutely nothing for the black community for 8 years, is pretending like he cares again, tweeting from his $20 million mansion in Martha's Vineyard. Oh, it was in Mexico? Oh, okay. So they set a guy in Mexican trooper on fire. Wow. Piers Morgan and Rudy Giuliani got into it today. We'll give you that clip of that. We just played it. I'll play it again.
The United States to tweet that when the looting starts, the shooting starts, directly quoting a racist police chief back in the 60s.
Piers Morgan did not mince words when he was joined by Rudy Giuliani on Good Morning Britain. The TV host invited Giuliani, Donald Trump's personal attorney, onto the program to discuss the president's response to the growing protests in the wake of George Floyd's death. After Giuliani defended President Trump's tweet that read, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," Piers could no longer hold in his frustration, and the two had this very tense exchange.
Rudy, I'm sorry, but
the interview is over as far as I'm
You sound completely barking mad. Do you know that?
No, I don't.
You've lost the plot.
Like a big
You've
liar.
lost the plot. And it's sad to see.
You're the one who got thrown off of television here.
Yeah.
You had ratings that were about 2.
The argument devolved into a shouting match between the men before co-host Susanna Reid cut the interview short.
Tell me that's exactly what you do to President Trump.
Rudy Giuliani, thank you very much.
Yeah, it comes under the heading of who cares, right? Okay, Black Lives Matter versus FBI statistics. Let's take a look.
2012 numbers, it would take 40 years worth of blacks killed by police to equal the total number of blacks murdered by other blacks in a single year. Less than 400 people a year are killed by cops. 61% of them are white men. 32% are black males. Black men are not killed out of proportion when you consider they're much more likely to interact with police. People are killed by police about as often as they're struck by lightning, but I don't see many protests about storms. Black males are 58% of those killed legally by private citizens in self-defense. And you think, aha, we've got you on something. Except 75% of them were killed by other blacks. FBI statistics on murder lay bare the real threat to black lives in America, and that is other blacks. Black men are about 6.5% of the US population, but they commit 52% of all murders. That has dipped to about 40% in recent years. Black men overwhelmingly murder other black people, and white people overwhelmingly murder other white people. So just like abuse and harassment on the internet, this isn't really a racial issue like that isn't really a gendered issue. Looking at overall violent crime, blacks are 27% more likely to attack whites than vice versa, and 8 times more likely to attack Hispanics. This is the shocking number I hope you take away from my visit. 90% of blacks that die of murder die at the hands of other black people, and that's from the FBI homicide report. 90%. We're not here to talk about why this happens, why 74% of black children are raised without fathers per Health and Human Services, and why the government seems intent on continuing a cycle of destruction within the black community. My message is simple. Black lives don't matter to Black Lives Matter. If they did, they'd be confronting these issues instead of ignoring them completely.
Right. Exactly. Black lives simply don't matter to blacks in general. That's the problem. The Black Lives Matter organization has become run by white, mostly Zionists who are simply using the same techniques they've been using for years to control the narrative. You see, there's a group of people that have taken over the plight of the poor people. Oh, at one point, the Zionists actually engaged in what we would call ethnic cleansing. Yeah, like what Hitler did. Hitler was a Zionist. He ended up killing all these Jews in the ghettos, sent them to concentration camps and killed them. They've done that too, but they've also taken the opposite position and thought, well, what are the Jews going to do when they don't have a homeland? They'll create Israel. And the Balfour Declaration was created in 1917. Pushing that directive was Jacob Rothschild. And these Zionists, Jacob Rothschild being one of them, they now turn to the black people and they want to take over the black initiative. So the BLM group is now run by these Zionists. Many of them are using socialist, communist techniques to co-opt this terrible problem blacks are having, right? It's becoming bigger and bigger. And they use this to get justification to break up our country and to create political unrest and division. And that's why we have Donald Trump as president. That's why we had Barack Obama as president, because they were handpicked by these elitists, these Zionists. Zionists worked through AIPAC. They worked through American Israeli Political Affairs Committee. They worked through Russian oligarchs who are also Zionists to control Donald. And they control both sides of the political spectrum. And here we are in the middle trying to formulate America's solutions. And Sarah and I have always had really great ideas for the country. But we were never really seen as a real entity. No one wanted to unite in the middle. They were all being trained by the media to divide. And that's still going on today. No, the Holocaust really did exist. We've got real film from 1946 of Eisenhower going in and cleaning up terrible deaths, and you wouldn't believe it. They have bodies being moved with trucks. It's just horrible. That's not CGI. No matter what you hear, it's not CGI. They were filmed in 1946 before CGI. The police who had killed George Floyd need to be in prison for the rest of his life. Yeah. Well, you know, he definitely needs murder rap, but I can think of a couple people that have killed more than one person who have spent only 4 years in jail. Seriously. So, I mean, I don't know about the rest of his life, but I definitely think he should spend jail time for sure. Freak lightning strikes the Washington Monument on June 4th, yesterday, 2020. Let's take a look. God is shining down, and the COVID spell we played earlier is apparently taking effect. Whoa, freak lightning hit the tower. Boom. Look at that. That's amazing. Yeah, it looked like it took on the face of Alfred Hitchcock for a second. That's quite a lightning storm. I'm glad I'm not in that area. Jeez. Dum, 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 dum. I had a hard time staying in D.C. when I was there. Yeah. David the Pharaoh has you banned. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Nor do I care. You think they got bodies from the war? No. The Holocaust really did happen. It was actually Hitler's plan to send them away. He was going to send them to Israel, to Palestine, what is now Israel. Yeah, you didn't know that. Well, you know, the best source on this is Netanyahu himself. He actually made it very clear what happened to the Jewish people, and I'll let him speak for himself because he's now having to answer to a lot of people refuting his statements. Yeah, here he is on what happened to Hitler.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920 and 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought in during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
There you have it. So Hitler's goal as a Zionist was to actually create a state of Israel. He wanted to co-opt it, and he did. But he ended up killing all these people to do it. So as you look back in history, you really don't know the whole picture. The FBI here in America has willingly avoided pursuing Hitler. During the 1950s and 60s, they'd never had any effort placed, and they had over 200 complaints that Hitler was alive living in Argentina. There's a big file on it right now. You're welcome to go to the FBI file on Hitler. You can read all about it. It's open season. You can go to the vault. Read all the files about it. So why did the FBI not pursue looking up where Hitler was? Why did they just ignore the whole thing? Well, the reason is our government has been co-opted by the Nazis since the 1940s. Even in the 1940s, or 1930s, there were Bund parties throughout America. There would be even rallies, massive rallies in Central Park. Actually, New York had a major one in 1939. Yeah, let me play a clip of it here. I showed it to you the other day. This is something that's been going on for some time. This element in our government even nested so far as to create the presidency of George H.W. Bush. His father, Prescott Bush, was noted for money laundering for Adolf Hitler. So that's been going on a long time, this Nazi activity. So for it to pop up again in America, yeah, this is what happens. They're conducting a live exercise, and you basically are no different. You're no different than the Jews were to Hitler. Seriously.
You may have listened to this video already, but I want you to listen again. This time I have a little better sound, and I want you to pay very close attention to what he says. Pompeo says this is a live exercise. And what you'll hear in the background is Donald Trump say, you should have let us know. So again, I'm going to let it play over a couple times so you can hear it. It's very interesting. Take a listen.
This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that we're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right.
Oh, they got it right, all right. And we're in the live exercise right now. The first stage was phase 1, which was COVID-19. The second phase is riots and protests mixed together. Yeah, that seems to be phase 2. Hi, Sarah. How did it go? You ever get a lot of done?
Yeah.
Good.
I still have some emails to do to make up the list, but I am
finally done.
If everything on my list gets done, I'll be done.
Good. Great. All right. Well, that's great. Okay. Well, the work of an online teacher is now a daily event. She works just as hard now as she was working full time as a teacher. I guess you still are full time up until the end of the year, right?
Yep.
That's great. Okay, so I've got a couple things for when I get back. Wow, that's too weird. Osama bin Laden and Donald Trump together. I got to show this to people. This is unbelievable. This is not photoshopped. Oh my goodness. Or is it photoshopped? That's the question. There they are at a gathering. The bin Laden family is very, very rich, you know. Wow. I didn't realize Osama bin Laden was that tall. That would make him 7 feet 5 inches. I don't believe that.
No, it's before Trump hit his growth spurt.
No, Trump was 6'1". I don't think Osama bin Laden is 7'2".
Maybe 6'4".
No, that was just disproportionate. I don't believe it. Now we've got Joe Biden, apparently, even with notes, repeats himself 3 times in less than a minute. Let's take a look. The bloopers of Joe Biden just get bigger and bigger. This time he doesn't know roaches, though.
The act of protesting should never be allowed to overshadow the reason for the protest. The act of protesting should never be allowed to overshadow the reason for the protest in the first place. And what I worry about tomorrow night in Wilmington, for example, there's a lot of really good people. I'm going to be I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be up in Pennsylvania. But tomorrow night, what I worry a little bit about is you and many others are going to be out there protesting legitimately for change. But we can't allow the protesting to overshadow the purpose of the protest. So the act of protest.
Okay. I would rather make a distinction between rioting and protesting. There really is a big distinction. We have to get to that eventually. I'm going to bring Sarah into the show. You guys can hang out with her. Here she is.
Protest is like, no, please don't.
Yeah.
And riot is like, let's cause mayhem. Okay, not in such a nice, cute little voice, but yeah. Exactly. Oh, yes, he did keep saying overshadow. Overshadow. Why is that, Peter? Peters, why does David keep his house cold? Hello, don't worry, be happy. How are you guys all? How are all of you? I'm so glad it's Friday. This was definitely a busy week for me. Whew. We were told like last Friday or last weekend that we're going to start Operation Make Space at our school. And so we had to go in and they wanted us to clean and organize and get rid of stuff. And I had already done a lot of that, but I did even more. And I had my piles. So I had taken out, when schools first shut down, I had taken everything out of the cabinets, 2 or 3 different cabinets, and I put it all in the center tables. And then I was in the process of sorting through, and I had gone through and thrown out some stuff, but And then I was like, okay, now it's time to start putting things back and figuring out how I wanted it. And they, the paraeducators, normally they work with small groups of kids that need extra help reading or things like that. And the paraeducators are coming back to work now that we're in stage 2, especially a lot of paraeducators who are older. So they, they said, well, since we don't have the kids aren't on campus for the paraeducators to help with reading groups or things like that, we'll have them help you clean your rooms, and please leave a list for them of things to do. And so last weekend I made a list and typed it up and emailed it to the paraeducator they assigned to my room. And then on Monday afternoon I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in, and because there's things I knew I did not put on my list that I was like, well, I still have to clean this table and organize that table. I went in and I was like, I expected like that list to take like a couple days, maybe more, and it was like all done before noon. It's like, whoa, okay. So then the next day I'm like, okay, if you did all that, here's another list. And every day I've been making a list of things for them to do. And I think there's one day I did not go in. I did not go in on Tuesday just because I had a meeting in the morning with my students and a meeting in the afternoon. But all the other days, Monday, Wednesday, yesterday, Thursday, and today, I went in. Not at my school, no, Peter Peters. You think I need a haircut? I like my hair. I do like sweet potatoes. David's growing like non-sweet potatoes in her garden. Hello, Scissor Fight. Thank you for the hugs. I appreciate it. Miss Anthropy, are you throwing up at the word sweet potatoes? David would not like a spiked haircut. Do you hate non-sweet potatoes? I don't hate them. I like them if they're mashed with a lot of butter and some salt. I like potato chips, but David usually like microwaves them and then, or he cooks them on the stovetop, and I don't know, I am kind of tired of them. And I do feel, actually, there's another thing. I like yams as well. The thing about potatoes is I noticed I had inflammation when I had potatoes, like regular potatoes, but I don't have the inflammation if I have sweet potatoes. David does not have a microwave crisper for making chips that I know of. He does have this odd thing that goes in the microwave that's for cooking chickens. Oh yeah, when a potato is aged, it becomes poison. If it's green, it's like poisonous. But yeah, for me, it's just, I think I've eaten some green potatoes. And so yeah, I agree. I think I'm sensitive to that toxin. I agree with you, Final Dream. That's the one of the few times I agree with Final Dream. Yeah. How aged you keep them in the cold cellar all winter. They grew white tendrils, which are their eyes, they call them. Those white tendrils, you can just put the potato when it grows the white tendrils in the garden, and that will grow more potatoes. Well, and I've been back in the classroom, but not with students. I mean, well, I've been with students on video calls, and then back in the classroom, cleaning the classroom with the students not there. So it's a little bit both. But it's pretty interesting. I'm like, I've taught my second graders. It's pretty amazing when I think about like 7 and 8 year olds are sharing their screen and dragging and dropping and cutting and pasting and I've taught them how to use spell check, and they're pretty, I've got them to be tech savvy. That is true. I have been taught to be somewhat ashamed of my Southern heritage. That's true. Wow. Whoa. I notice it causes what my sister says is psoriasis. Look at my hands. They seem kind of red. Maybe not. This one, like this one seems red. But they're not that wrong. If they're sprouting and they're green, then they can have that toxin. I've had it where my fingers will get like swollen. A lot more swollen, not just a little red, but yeah, I think keeping them in the dark, because if they're in the light, then that's maybe when they turn green. February, Odin. When's yours? How do you keep basil alive? That's a good question. Water it? Maybe give it a little nutrients, but definitely give it water. Oh, August 23rd. Yes, indeed. Your basil dries out instantly and then it rots, or does it turn like, it's like it could rot from too much water too, but yeah, Peter Peters is growing a beautiful basil plant. I have never seen a basil plant that big and gorgeous. That's true. Oh, do you have it in a pot? Your basil. I should see it now. It was huge the last time I saw it. Yes, a small pot. You might want to check to see if it's not root bound. Oh, that's interesting. Sammy Davis says add 3% hydrogen peroxide, 3 tablespoons to a gallon of water, and you'll see it grow with no rot. That's pretty cool, because the hydrogen peroxide will kill the bacteria. I don't know if I would use Lysol on that. Would you want to eat Lysol? I mean, I wouldn't want to eat hydrogen peroxide straight up either, but hydrogen peroxide is not as bad as Lysol. Well, the old Lysol, maybe. That was made in the 1920s, but today's Lysol, no way. Oh, that's good. Sammy Davis says it will kill the bad microbes and it puts oxygen in the soil. Okay, just a little bit at the base. And you might want to see if it's root bound. Like, if you can lift your basil out of your small pot and you see all the roots like tangled together, it needs to go into a bigger pot. I don't have any tomato plants right now. Oh, I do have some succulents. Yes, that people have given me. So I have beautiful little succulents, which are kind of like cacti. Oh, thanks, Sammy. Yeah, they're pretty cool because they don't have like the spiky, poisonous, dangerous parts of the cacti. What is a succulent? A succulent is a plant that has, the leaves are actually really thick and fibrous. I'll have to bring in a succulent. Well, you spelled it right. You could Google it. They hold water really well. There's all different types of succulents, but basically these are a lot of different succulents. Their leaves have a whole lot of water. I have one of, I think I have one of these, kind of, maybe, anyway. It's kind of funny, my, I've got some succulents, and then my sisters all got into succulents, growing succulents this year. Succulents, the thing is, you can usually touch the succulents and it's fine, but if you touch it, some cacti, if you touch them, ooh, watch out. Some succulents are usable or edible. I don't know. I've never really had one, but like aloe vera is a succulent, and then you open the aloe vera and you use it. Yeah, that you can eat for sure. And then you can also use it on burns or use it medicinally. So yeah, aloe vera is edible. That's a succulent. Yeah, my sisters are all over the different parts of the country and they're all growing succulents. Yeah, aloe extract, they say, is really good for digestion. I don't know. I have no idea, Misanthropy. Maybe David did that. You got all of those names banned? Why don't you ask David to unban all those names? Yeah. Oh. Caterpillar can be poisonous and cause anaphylaxis. Wow. Oh, that's a poisonous caterpillar? Wow. It looks so cute and cuddly, but it can cause anaphylactic shock. Wow. Thank you for explaining that to us. I think I've got to ban you, misanthropy, for saying those words. No, I'm just kidding. Freedom of speech, right? "57 Buffalo police resigned from their riot unit because they're protesting an officer's suspension." Okay, thank you. How would I define diversity? Ooh. Well, diversity comes from the word diverse, and diverse is kind of like the word difference. And so diversity is composed of many different groups of people together. Maybe because he doesn't have enough people following him and seeing his tweets. Maybe that's why he doesn't get retweeted. Washington, D.C. painted a giant Black Lives Matter message on the road to the White House. And the Utah National Guard says they were kicked out of a D.C. hotel. The mayor claims there's a budget issue. Diverse reminds you of division. I don't think that I like that you made me think of something. Don't worry, be happy. We can't let our diversity divide us. Why? I think it's just different. Diversity, I don't think is poison. I just think it's different people. Different. What is EAVID? Not COVID, but what? Oh, that's a good point. Misanthropy, yeah. I think that we all do have our different stories and we're all diverse because we all have different stories and different backgrounds. Oh. David, okay.
I don't know what the hell happened, but
Oh.
all over the hair. Something just all over her food.
Oh.
I put it out there and you must have dropped hair all over it. Because she had to throw it all out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't.
You gotta be careful when you walk by that area.
Yeah. I've never heard of diverse parts in fractions or division isn't about diversity. Diverse is more related to the word different. Let's look at etymology and see what it says. I've had times when I would prefer to go hungry. All right, let me look up. Diversity, verity, diversiveness. Late 14th century. That was in the mid 14th century. In the late 14th century, quality of being diverse, fact of difference between two or more things or kinds, variety, separateness, in which two or more things differ, mostly in a neutral sense, from the Old French diversité. Difference, diversity, unique feature, oddness, also wickedness or perversity. 12th century, modern French diversité. Contrariety, contradiction, disagreement. All right, now let's look up. Oh, they'll tell you your portfolio is not diverse. That means that it doesn't have a lot of different things in it. It's not about division. It's about you want to have different types of stocks. Yeah. If they say your portfolio is not diverse, it doesn't have a lot of, it's all in one category, not into different things. No, I disagree that it's not. It has nothing to do with fractions. Parts making a whole has nothing to do with the word diverse. Division has something to do with fractions. In late 14th century, division, act of separating into parts, portions, or shares, a part separated or distinguished from the rest, a state of being at variance in sentiment or interest. I guess that could be similar to, it's from the Old French division and directly from Latin division divisio. Noun of act from past participle stem of dividir, to divide. Military sense, portion of an army, fleet, or ship's company is from 1590s. Mathematical sense of operation, inverse to multiplication, is from the late 14th century. The mathematical division sign supposedly was inverted by British mathematician John Pell, who taught at Cambridge and Amsterdam.
Okay. There you go. I have some dinner, vegetables, and grits for you there.
A fraction is literally division. Thank you. Sorry about my hair.
Oh, that's okay. It's just whenever you walk by the cat, it's always very vulnerable around that bowl. She just literally threw it all out. So. All right, let's get the show started. Thank you for coming in, everyone. Question, David, is Trump a spoiled rich kid? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. We've seen that from the very beginning. In fact, he claims $1 million he got as an inheritance when he took $430 million out of his dad's account and transferred assets through various shady ways. This is not a clip-on tie. This is a U.S. tie. Meta-Nemesis gave it to me for Christmas. This is Stephen Harris. It's very nice. We have another Stephen Harris with the stripes going kind of a wiggly one. That was the older one. This is the newer one. I'm trying to take good care of it, but it gets a little fleecy if you handle it a lot. This society's become way too homogeneous thanks to social media. Yeah, that's a good point. Our social identities are wrapped up in online experience, and that's not really a real place to have a social identity. Ironically, it's a kind of a fake world where you don't really measure the exact response of another person. You don't know. That's why a lot of women fall in love with guys that are sitting in some, back alley on a laptop. They don't even know, because it's a make-believe world. You're falling in love with somebody who's out there and different. It's like, yeah, sure. I met a woman online in 1997 who literally went from point A to point B across the country to be with another guy, broke up with him, went to another guy back across the country. And the sad fact is she had 2 kids, a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. She carried them with her. She at that time, we didn't have tablets. She literally boxed up her desktop and put it in the bus with the suitcases. They literally are looking for that next love, which is always nebulous. It's a false world. When you get there, you don't find the real love. You find just another person with issues of their own, right? We anticipate a 2020 win, yeah. I am moving in a rather quick direction in that the choices are so bad that it's becoming more and more obvious to people that I'm the best choice. I am not sold out like Joe Biden or Donald Trump. They're sold out. Watch this again.
Protesting should never be allowed to overshadow the reason for the protest. The act of protesting should never be allowed to overshadow the reason for the protest in the first place. And what I worry about tomorrow night in Wilmington, for example, there's a lot of really good people. I'm going to be I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be up in Pennsylvania. But tomorrow night, what I worry a little bit about is you and many others are going to be out there protesting legitimately for change. But we can't allow the protesting to overshadow the purpose of the protest. So
okay. So he got that down, and it's pretty much written down in front of him, but he still repeated it 3 times. EGAF, yeah. We have enough on him. We could just write him off as completely a nincompoop, but whatever. The fact is, we're not appealing to the far left because we're not communists. But I was the guy that came up with the universal basic income of $500 a month. I'm the guy who wants to get money back in the economy directly to the hands of the people that need it. Now, the problem with a lot of the rioters right now is none of them got in on any of the money. So they took it. That's what happens. And then they release prisoners. Peters, I'll answer that in a second. They released prisoners into the population. Donald Trump oversaw 67,000 prisoners released into the U.S. population. And of course we had riots. And then he looked at a perfectly good protest in front of the White House with no violence, and he sprayed mace on these people. And then our defense secretary said, well, it wasn't tear gas. No, it wasn't. It was like pepper spray. Big difference. Thank you. So that's a big problem. Big. Now, Trump slashed at reporters, or shushes reporters' questions as he praised job numbers. Oh, yeah, we're doing great job-wise. Yeah, sure. 33 million new unemployment paid out every day. Oh, yeah, good job. They told me to shut it down, so I shut it down. The whole economy. And I haven't started it up again. They haven't told me to start it up again.
What's happened to our country and what you now see, it's been happening, is the greatest thing that can happen for race relations, for the African American community, for the Asian American, for the Hispanic American community, for women, for everything.
What's your plan?
Because our country is so strong, and that's what my plan is. We're going to have the strongest economy in the world. We almost are there now. We have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. And now we're going to have an economy that's even stronger.
Sir, don't do any more writing, please. He's praising the job numbers. He's writing something. Please don't write anymore. The more he talks, the farther our country slides into an abyss. Yet the stock market's doing great. And everyone's going, why is that? Well, because the elitists don't like to vote with the herd. Most people believe that the stock market will take a tank during these times of severe social strife. But the elitists know that this is their opportunity to buy cheap and sell high. You see, division is the currency of the elitists who control the world. They control the banking system and thereby control you, the common folk. That's really kind of a bad impersonation of one of these people. But yeah. They see division as a great boom for profits. The Dow Jones is up 829 points today. Isn't that exciting? I'm not investing. Sarah's investing. She's making some good moves. I spent my day watching #BricsForRioters. Yeah, there's a YouTube channel now called #BricsForRioters, and man, a lot of the videos that I posted are out there. I've been posting them myself. Well, howdy, I'm just a mysterious pile of bricks. I've been seen at many of the recent BLM protests sitting around areas of no construction or carefully removed from them, you know, and then we, yes. Around areas no construction are carefully removed from the things like streets or sidewalks and placed in neat, easy to grab piles. Do not reach for me. I'm intentionally placed here to create violence. Goes on to say more. But yeah, that's just one of the things I saw on that network. Hashtag bricks for rioters. Somebody said Don Cheadle looks like his adrenochrome is wearing off. Yes, I noticed that about him. I noticed that his general attitude was that of a libtard through and through. I'd like to show you the Ninja Turtle guy with black. Yeah, let's go back to the Ninja Turtle guy. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't mean to. A lot of these people that were gathering at the event, by the way, were not dressed in all black. It was strictly Antifa and BLM members that were dressed in all black, and they had actual notice that I'm going to show you in a second, written to them on how to behave around the riots. These are all paid rioters. Everybody fun day. Yeah, thank you. You're having fun, I'm glad. Enjoy yourself while it lasts. You never know what's around the corner. Well, now I need to reload here. Hang on. Bricks for rioters. No, big rotters. Yes. There we go. That was a famous one. We started that one. I did an actual video I posted on 153 if you haven't been there. 153 News is a great venue to get stuff out, and I posted a 1 hour video about all the compilations we've had of all these fake events, including the provocateur, the guy who started the whole thing, the police officer from St. Paul. If you want to watch the video, it's kind of going forward pretty fast. 1,236 hits. It's screaming forward. Yeah, feel free to bookmark it for later watching. Yeah, we're making a lot of hits over there, and people are really, tuning into America's Third Party, and it's great because I really need a concerted effort to kind of bridge the gap between the left and the right. The task at hand is to unite the country, and I know a lot of you don't like each other. I realize that, but you don't like each other for the wrong reasons. The Democrats don't like the Republicans because you think that they're stupid and unruly and want to use their weapons. That's ridiculous. I know a lot of very intelligent Republicans. They just don't think like the Democrats. But they want to use their weapons because they want to defend themselves against tyranny. And you Democrats have to understand that. And many Democrats do support the right to bear arms. But that's central to what we're doing here. Our Second Amendment right bridges that gap between the left and the right. Okay, Pelosi had another mental lapse. This is like watching the Alzheimer's.
I preface it by saying
this is like watching the Alzheimer's clinic when tuning into the mainstream media and our Washington politics right now. It's not like people are really edgy. They're just responding to damage control in their campaign and trying to maintain their voter base as well as their constituents and their corporate interests.
As you probably saw, there are military on the steps of Lincoln Memorial. What is it? Now I'll read it to you. Soldiers on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
That was a good one. It's like she was having a hard time getting into gear. Mini strokes, sure. The Speaker of the House could be having little random misfires, but who doesn't have random misfirings now that we've got chemtrails blasting in the air? Chemtrails blasting in the air, polluting your lungs and your brain. Okay, you're making it hard on me. Why do you want me to unban you so you can continue terrorizing the show when you get drunk?
Equality of
Why would I want to do that? Is meritocracy a sham? Let's take a look at this candid dialogue between one white person and another. You notice there are no blacks in this conversation.
opportunity in meritocracy. Right? There's this notion that I have just as good a chance as you, and that's why we should all believe in this system and this construct.
So that's the thing that I want to push back against, exactly. We have this idea that if you're judged on the merits, there's equal opportunity for everybody. The problem is that when some people have a lot more resources to train their children than other people, then even when the kids get judged on the merits down the road, those who got the most training will have the most merit. And that's not because they're naturally smarter or more virtuous or harder working. It's because their parents invested in them in a way in which nobody else's parents could. And so that effect, we can talk about all the ways in which it happens and how big it is, but it's enormous. And it has the consequence that now the rich and the richest kids win the meritocratic competition and everybody else loses.
You talk a lot about the gaps in education.
I think we should call this the white guilt hour. Hell, bend over, white America, and grab your ankles because you're about to get rioted. Yeah. Apparently, this angle is what the elitists want. They want to constantly play on the poor misfortune of people in order to ramp up division in our country. And instead of picking police brutality, they're really globbing onto the plight of the racial differences. You notice that? I don't hear a lot of the media and CNN or Fox talking about the dangers of police brutality, but I hear a lot about the division and how equity is not properly doled out in our country. Isn't that funny? Yeah. So they're really trying to frame the dialogue. They're hitting you with talking points that are not related to police brutality, but rather racial division. Classic bait and switch. This is not rocket scientist activity. This is pretty much it's what we've been seeing all along, this constant divide in the country between black and white, rich and poor, right and left, men and women. I mean, you name it. I don't know. I should go back to Louisiana and just check and see what that, or Louisville rather. But no. Should I? Yeah, there's some activity going on. Riots have calmed down across the country. It's just a matter of time. When bricks were put out, our government didn't acknowledge that. That's a problem. That's a big problem. The fact that no one in our media wants to say that all these bricks were put in place to break windows. That's crazy. Our country's never had to deal with that before, and we're not even addressing it at a high level. Now, right now, I'm getting DDoSed as we speak about this very issue. Louisville Metro Safe Police fire EMS comms and LMPD helicopter tracking. Let's see what's going on.
2-819-5779.
Roger that.
That is verified proof of insurance.
Hey.
Myself and 782 are close by to the Run Your Home on Watley. A couple blocks.
10-4, thank you.
10-4. Okay, this kind of thing goes on all the time, all across the country. I was looking at Louisville, Kentucky earlier. I did not know Louisville was on a river. I drove through it.
I'm going to have you make a left onto Breckenridge.
21 Day Radio.
Yeah, that's news to me.
121 David, go ahead.
I drove through there one night back in the early 80s, and I ran into this, right out of Louisville, there's a mountainous region, and I ran into this Holiday Inn at about 3:30 in the morning. I was driving from Boston all the way through, and I was burnt tired like 3:30 in the morning. It's like I had to splash some water in my face to keep driving. And I go in there, and it turns out it's a gay pride convention. Yeah, immediately, I'm like bait in their bathroom, and they're swarming around me. I'll tell you, that woke me up so much, I drove straight on to Vegas without sleeping. Yeah. Nothing like, a bunch of YMCA guys walking around you going, Hey, sailor! Seriously. That was enough to get me going. I literally did drive across country from Boston to Henderson, Nevada in 3 days by myself. Don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that. Don't do as I do as I say. Because if you do that, it's dangerous. Super dangerous. You can fall asleep at the wheel. I was foolish. I was, what, like 18 years old? Ridiculous. Oh, so you're starting up your stage routine? You're going to do a little... You know, there are a lot of, you know, places where they hire duets and things like that. Yeah, I know my sister, she's done quite a bit of that. On that road trip, oh man, it must have been 12 cups a day. I can tell you that in order to combat the sleepiness, you need to use all kinds of techniques, like spraying your face with water. That's kind of when I started spraying my face with water back then. It works great on the highway. I did it my way. How you doing? I just have to put a little New York accent on this. Sound just like Frankie. Well, Frank Sinatra was one of the great singers of all times, as you know. And I have a lot of respect for Frank and, of course, his daughter, Nancy. My mother actually traveled. She ran around an airport. Frankie chased her around one of the ramps to an airplane. Yeah, my mom actually was being chased by Frank Sinatra. Oh yeah, she was a looker. But she never got involved with him. But yeah, staying awake for 72 hours, I can tell you, is so dangerous that you start to hallucinate on the third day. I would look at signs like billboards and I would see skeletons. I'm not kidding. You start to see weird things and images. It's like, hi. You like my hair? Yeah, thank you. I trimmed my bangs. People had a lot of problem with that. They were suffering from bang come down. So I don't want to talk about meritocracy regarding white guilt. That's not even on the agenda. The sense of entitlement, that's crap being pushed by the elite Democrats who are trying to manipulate and divide the country. I will definitely make a note of, I'm going to copy that one with Nancy Pelosi, just so I have it. Mark decided to broadcast. Oh yeah, I know. Well, that's because that's what he does. He's being paid a lot of money and they tell him, hey, stop this guy. I don't care if you have to go on like a bitch and do your show, Mark. Yeah, they talk to him like that. The people that run Mark treat him like dirt and he takes it because he gets paid, right? Yeah. He gets a lot of money. What did he buy a new helicopter trying to censor me illegally? Yeah, I heard about that. $7.3 million. Nice. Well, we all know that's going to turn around. It'll be years at Supermax. I'm putting together a RICO case that'll stem from one felony and it'll extend to all of his cohorts, people that have been spamming our room and attacking us and threatening my life. Yeah. I've got it all documented. I keep a voluminous amounts of meticulous notes. Okay, so there's a big controversy about the face of the shooter, or excuse me, the oppressor. We've been dealing with false flags all the time. I keep calling him the shooter. Had he shot, the guy in cold blood, it would have been, more definitive. We don't really know when the guy died, George Floyd. But here he is without looking the same. There's some hairline issues between these two pictures that are pretty significant. There's also a couple of issues that, yeah, exactly. Salient issues about the hairline. There's a guy who claims to be the twin of George Floyd, and he's a basketball player who was very, very popular. He played basketball. I guess he was a brawler. He did a lot of brawling. Steven Jackson. Let's see if we can get a copy of that in my backups file here. Yeah, I'm going to compare both of their faces because there's a theory that Stephen Jackson is, in fact, George Floyd. That's so ridiculous. No, that's absurd. Compare the difference between the two, and they're definitely different. But the thing is, Stephen Jackson is not his brother, not his twin brother. He just called him his twin because they looked alike.
Brother was someone who died trying to be a protector and a provider for everybody. But one thing a lot of y'all don't know, that's damn near every black man. That's right. Because where we come from, we have to learn how to protect and provide. How not? The ones that don't know how to protect and provide, the ones that ain't proud to be black, are the ones that get knocked off.
Man, Big Floyd. Floyd the landlord, man.
Floyd the landlord.
Right,
what you repping? What city?
Houston, Texas, man. 3rd Ward, the projects, man.
3rd
See this
Ward.
thing right here, man.
Yeah.
What's that?
Check me out, man.
Young risk takers?
Young risk takers, man. YT, man, to the fullest.
Now, the Young Risk Takers is a Masonic gang symbol. A group of Masonic symbols like that combined, very strange, and it makes you wonder, was Chauvin a Masonic guy too, or did they swap him out with somebody else for the job to do this? It looks like this group of people are not even meant to be cops. And what's even more suspicious is the sister of, or rather the wife of Chauvin, is the brother of the small Asian man that was standing right there on the corner watching the whole thing. And there's charges against him now for not stepping up and doing anything. But yeah, tell me this isn't weird. Kelly Chauvin is the wife of Derek, and her brother is the guy that was standing there doing nothing. Okay, now if that's not weird enough right there, and this is a city of 500,000 people, mind you. If that's not weird right there, what about the fact that Chauvin and Floyd were both working at the same job for years? They must have run into each other and had some issues. How do we know that George Floyd wasn't, doing his wife on the side, and it was a hit to take him out because he just hated the guy? How do we know this isn't a Masonic hit to start a race war like Charles Manson did when he had the girls paint, Death to Piggy and Helter Skelter, I believe they wrote, in blood on a mirror, in the blood of the LaBiancas. How do we know that's not all, it's part of the same agenda, it seems? Well, it is kind of weird because the Acme Brick Company is tied to Berkshire Hathaway, which happens to be the place that delivered all the bricks to all the places that had the riots. Acme Brick was the company that handled the order. They're huge. They're run by Berkshire Hathaway. Who's on the board of directors? Bill Gates, George Soros, and Warren Buffett, and the governor of Illinois. So, all this points to a purposeful, planned civil unrest designed purposely to go after our country's freedoms, our people's freedoms. So this is a war, and our First, Second, Fourth, Fifth Amendments are under attack. And even the governor of the mayor of DC is invoking the Third Amendment by saying you can't force us to quarter National Guards members, Mr. President. I stand behind that mayor too. He purposely put the National Guard there in DC without even just cause. Even the Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, has said that he doesn't support invoking any type of laws that would put all of us, in a vulnerable position. We would never do that unless it was the last resort. The Insurrection Act is the last thing they would ever use. That's according to Mark Esper, who I respect, believe it or not. I actually like this guy for Secretary of Defense. I like what he did. I don't like the fact that he said that they didn't spray tear gas. When they did spray gas, we have photographs of it, CNN does. They did spray gas on innocent protesters that were simply stopping, police brutality. For a lot of people, they're gathering because of police brutality. Other people are gathering because they don't like Whitey. Or other people are gathering because they really feel really bad that they are white, and they feel like they want to lend a hand to the Black Lives Matter group. There are a lot of people gathering for various reasons, but we are seeing this president use tear gas or mace or whatever the heck, pepper spray, unnecessarily. That much we can agree on. The viewer count's never been accurate at Vaughn. We've got millions and millions of views. The censorship has been going on for a long time. I've tried to explain that to you. For 7 years, I've explained that to you. But stay out of my bedroom like a rhinestone cowboy. What are the chances they have a Helter Skelter documentary ready to go, just like they had a pandemic series ready for the Netflix in January? Yeah, and they're playing Helter Skelter. How ironic is that? There are some people that believe that, I know this sounds weird, but there's some people that believe that Charles Manson was not just some random guy who got released from jail, but had a lot of connections to the police chief in LA, which he did have. Peter, what Peter wrote? Yeah, well, sure. Why are we focusing on Charles Manson? Yeah, I don't think we're dealing with that right now. Thank you. UHF Plus is a better gauge than the Mark viewer count. Oh yeah, millions watch the show. Right, Tappan. Exactly. No, I've been fighting that for years. I gave up. I can't even convince Sarah that we get millions of viewers, believe it or not. But that's okay. Oh, all the coincidences here are just too coincidental. I agree. 100% guess 4-7. It all points to a simple fact that the preponderance of evidence shows that Acme Brick started the riots, positioned the forces there. Let's take a look at the Antifa document I was going to show you. I have to open it up in particular so I can just look at it. Okay. I'm going to zoom in on it as a document. But Acme Brick is definitely suspicious and needs to be investigated because of all the bricks being put out. It's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. Okay, this is the rioter accidentally dropped this. Oops. And you can see, well, you can't really see much at all. I'm trying to get it bigger. Let me get the zoom function going here. There it is. Okay, it's telling you how to handle hand-to-hand. You may not, under any circumstance, deviate from the practices enumerated in this section. Yeah. I'm not sure why that's standing there, but whatever. So there's that. There's how to do hand-to-hand confrontation, general behavior. Do not congregate with other ops and auxiliary ops in groups of more than 2. Do not make prolonged eye contact or speak with more than 2 other ops or ops. If you must speak with other ops directly, please do via 328 BG comms. So these people must have been listening to a specific police band, and they were taking their orders, Antifa, during the riots. Now, if you guys are privy to recorded files of the riot cities, do check up any background information on listening to those ComSats. Seriously. Antifa and BLM were communicating with their moneyed interests who paid them with that handbill. This is how these people got paid. They had to follow these rules. They're part of their secret force of rioters. Now you're probably wondering, gee, I never thought anything would be this sophisticated. They've been doing this for years. As part of the 60s, the FBI was involved in creating civil unrest at the free speech movement and the Students for a Democratic Society movement. And the Southern Christian unions have been involved as well. This has been ongoing. They purposely create anarchy, physical violence, just to trigger an immediate guttural reaction from people to hate somebody. It's partly the deal is, like a lot of you, I've seen a lot of white people in this room really hating on black people. I mean, I've seen this happen. Look at it, like right in front of me. Look at that. A lot of you are really angry. You're triggered by a lot of this black on white violence. A major landslide destroys 8 homes in northern Norway. Wow, the fjords are under attack by modern Mother Nature. UB trending. AJB trending. Whoa. Goodbye houses. Ja, the fjords are melting. It's a bad one there. Look at those houses. They're just bye-bye houses. The power of water. Okay, that could be the beginning of something. Strange, isn't it? A big, huge drift of water up there in the northern latitude. Huh. Well, oh, there's up close and personal again. Animals fleeing for their health. There's a dog. Here, boy. Here, boy. Come here. Let's get you warmed up. Yeah, dogs naturally love their masters, you know. Well, not much more to see except abandoned land. Bye, Norway. I heard there was a cat with 2 heads that died after 4 days. That's correct. It couldn't decide which mouth to eat out of. It had a fight with itself. It was an anomaly, probably due to Fukushima. But we wouldn't know because our government doesn't even test the waters off Fukushima for radiation levels. Nor does the Japanese government. They don't want to know. They'd rather just talk about Acme Brick. So we'll try to get to the bottom of this Acme Brick Company and find out what they were all about. Hopefully some bill of ladings will come up in the next couple days. But we did have a guy on our show who claims to work for the FBI who said he ordered all the bricks and he had a whole list of receipts on his desk and he blacked out and he forgot what his name was. And he woke up and he says, David, I have these receipts on my desk in our room. I'm serious. And then I said, well, you should make copies of them and send them to me. So the next day he comes, please, Mr. David guy. He works for the FBI out of McLean, Virginia. Yeah. Maybe even CIA. We're not sure. But he actually said he had all these receipts for all these orders that he placed. And next day he said they got him in the copying room. They intercepted him and grabbed all of his receipts. Good night, DT. So all the receipts from all the Acme orders are all gone, according to him. Now, he could be lying, of course. Yeah, I know. It's a self-sealing premise that he has receipts. Now that he lost them, we'll never know, will we? The guy's the strangest chatter I've ever had in my show. Painted his own hair? No, this is my real hair. Everything about me is normal. I am like Dave. I am just like Dave. Why are you saying my hair is not normal? Beep, beep. I'm the same guy who stood in front of you 12 years ago and wanted to start a political movement to stop Barack Obama. I haven't changed one bit. I am exactly the same person. Here I was.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
So that was 12 years ago. Here I am. I would never sell my Honda. It's a collector's item. It'll be worth a fortune. I told you it's equivalent to $80,000 in value right now. I am not a clone. No, I'm still the same person. I just use fruit enzyme spray to stay youthful. I told you, I refresh my skin so it doesn't wear out. A lot of your skin is dehydrating like an old prune. Well, one of the problems with being human, and if you are human, more like Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, I presume. It's the stench of humanity, Mr. Anderson. It's actually the fact is we have to rehydrate our skin, and not just with emolliences, because those go into your limbic system. And since scientists just discovered the interstitium last year, which is almost retarded, yeah, the whole organ, the interstitium, was not even developed or analyzed by anybody in history. And here doctors charge so much for every doctor visit, you know. They didn't even know what the interstitium was until last year, when they were looking at the skin cells under a microscope before a body had been drained. And they found this amazing network of cellular structures. The interstitium is a contiguous fluid-filled space existing between a structure barrier, such as a cell wall or the skin, and internal structures such as organs, including muscles and the circulatory system. So this whole layer they didn't even know about because they'd only worked on cadavers for hundreds of years. So our scientists just found this particular organ in our body. And I'm telling you, we are still at our infancy in understanding how the human body works. We've got good people in cardio, I'll tell you. Those guys are top notch. But every other aspect, hey there, Kodiak Bear, welcome. Every other aspect of healthcare, it's like the snake pits of the 1800s, really. To this day. That's why people are living longer now that they're not going to the hospital. Yeah, we found out last month that 15% more people are alive today who would have been dead compared to last 4 year statistics. It's amazing. It's a huge benefit of not going to the hospitals. So doctors are overselling their practice. They're charging way too much for not knowing really what's going on in your body. When it took them decades and a century to come up with the interstitium, you know how foolish this whole thing is. But anyway, that's part of the system that works beneath the skin to keep things rolling. So by keeping your skin hydrated, you don't put emollients into your interstitium and then have to fight toxins at the same time. Kind of hard to stay youthful when you're fighting toxins from makeup that you're using that may pretend to keep you younger, right? I use a thing on my skin which is made directly from the ocean. It has all of the minerals in it that the ocean has. Every aspect of the ocean is imbued in my skin when I put it on my eyes. This is one of the things. And then I use this thing called fruit enzyme, which Michelle Dermaceuticals uses. That's just too rich for me. I think it's too acidic. So what I do is I take a small amount of it right there, and then I fill the rest of the bottle up with Fountain of Youth water. And I think that's the secret. Well, it's a type of ocean. I'm using a specific type of product I bought that is made out of the ocean. It's pretty cool. Yep, avocados are good, Mexican avocados. I recommend eating 1 or 2 a day if you're a guy and want to keep your hair. I mean, I felt like the best way to keep your hair healthy too is to take part of your avocado that you ate right before, like an hour before you shower, and just take it and rub it on your hands and rub it right into your hair like that. Seriously. And then take your shower after that. It's amazing what it does to your hair. It's the best damn conditioner I've ever seen is an avocado. Mark does have something to recast, and it's my show. Good. Well, whatever he's got to do to spread the message, he's got to make up for borrowed time. Remember, Mark is the reason why we lost all our donations over the past 8 years. Yeah, most of our donations have stopped because of Mark. Mark hand-culled the IPs that come into our show of people that just like to watch free online television. And that would be you guys. You're not a big donator, and they kind of got you down to a group of people that are just like to come in every day. So you fill up our chat room. We don't get a lot of new people because Mark keeps 350 million VPNs out of our show. And we have a hard time opening up an open chat room without getting unbelievable censorship over it at Periscope and DLive. DLive is holding us down big time. I've got 345 followers over there that I just picked up, and I only get 4 people in the room. Within a week, we got 345 followers, and only 4 of those people can come in the room at any given time. Look at that. They're keeping people from coming into our room, and they're not even putting us... See, now we're down to 3. Look at that, see? This is purposeful. We've been fighting censorship on all levels for a long time. I'm sure I don't need money. That's my point. I'm not about the money. I was offered $300 million to stop doing this. I would never take money to stop doing this. This is the only way we're going to stop the New World Order. We just got a post in our room tonight from some sicko. And I'm going to show you what the post is. This goes in my NSA record. And I may be reporting the NSA too. I mean, believe me, if they're not doing their job, they're going to be reported as well. But Black Lives Matter, we are protesting here tonight. Dave, stop telling people our plan. It's our money and you can't stop us. We will use Black Lives Matter idiots for our accord. And I said, no, you won't. You're being outed. And he said, no way. We're unstoppable, Dave. We print the money supply. Now, I actually believe this is a very wealthy guy just telling me flat out, Dave, there's nothing you can do to stop us. We're going to fund these rioters. We're going to get these people out there. We're going to break windows. They're going to break teeth. They're arming up the BLM right now. Yeah, they're arming up the BLM. That's what I hear on the street, is that they're starting to take a group of BLM members and give them arms and live rounds. Oh, yeah. So if our president can't even get to the bottom of the bricks and not even mention on a public television 2 to 3 days after the event, you know there's a serious disconnect here in our government. I mean, the bricks being placed in all these locations strategically needs to be investigated ASAP. That would be number one on the list. I'd be sending groups, task force out there to go find the perpetrators of this crime. And if it did point to Bill Gates, George Soros, and Warren Buffett, we'd have those people arrested right now. Yeah, JCPenney's going bankrupt, it's true. They've been going down for years. They've got big pension plans. That's the problem with these. Sears and JCPenney's put together pension plans back in the day when things were rolling. And all their employees get a lot of money. It cost Sears $300 million a year just to pay their pensioners. How could they make that on their profit from a retail store? It's impossible. Whoever structured their company, 5-day graduates from MBAs, really didn't know what they were doing back in the 90s and 2000 era. Same thing will happen to all our states too. Our states were managed the same way. They have massive pension plans. The State Teachers Retirement Fund in California is the biggest in the world. It's underwritten to the tune of $167 billion. It's the state budget of $550 billion over budget in debt won't even draw from the $167 billion because they know they're going to need it to pay those pension funds, which is huge. Teachers will be getting 80, 90, 100,000 a year for the next 25 years in California. So we can't possibly keep this up. Our states have to be restructured. Every one of them has to understand that, yes, it is their decision to do what they want with their budget, but they won't get federal help if they can't get their budget in order, and the federal government will come in and restore peace and order with National Guards, if necessary. Now, they're already doing that in Minneapolis. They're restructuring their whole police department. And they're calling this the New World Order. That's what's happening. Well, I don't expect you to have a crush on me, Eric. You don't have to have one. No, it's okay. Dave, I have the receipt for Mark's helicopter, but lost it in the flood before I could make a copy of it. Exactly. I believe you too. Well, you know, if Mark didn't make any money and all the new cars that he's bought recently are all fake pictures on the internet, then good job floating a fake idea, but there's so many people that confirm his wealth and opulence that I can't agree with you. Yeah, Mark has been living in the high life for years. Now, this the daughter of George Floyd she's very happy that her dad did this. And she's not suffering from any grief at all. Here she is.
He did what? He did what?
All right, well, that was good. We are under attack.
He did what?
Dad had changed the world. So she's very proud that her father died and changed the world. That's great. At least her grief has turned into happiness and joy. Y'all been meeting up with George in the Bahamas. He's in a hotel room right now. That girl is $13 million richer now. The family got $13 million. She'll have a good retirement fund, assuming her cousins don't get that money. Click my link, Dave. All right. Okay, this is a video. Bicyclists attack people on the Capitol's Crescent Trail while signs for support George Floyd. Okay. He attacked people. Okay, let's see what this biker did. Capitol Crescent Trail. What the heck's this all about?
Hey, leave her alone!
Do not touch her! Do not touch her! She has nothing! Do not touch her!
Leave her alone! Sarah, just walk away! Hey!
Hey! Get off of her!
Just get out of there! What? Hey! What the fuck? What the fucking pig? You want it? What? Give it to me. That's okay. Take me some.
He had digital memory. He took the tape, but he had digital memory of that encounter. Wow. What the hell was that all about? Yeah, $13 million now for the George Floyd Fund. George Floyd was a Masonic gang, called the Young Risk Takers. Has about 35 people in it. They've made a couple of videos, mostly with the N-word. Now, why the Masons are putting out groups of black guys using the N-word, I don't even understand what they would be doing, but I need to get to the bottom of that, so we will be questioning the Masonic temple in Minneapolis and find out what's going on there. Yeah. I won't be now, but later. Were they pushing him to do that? Did they egg George on to do that? Is that part of what the Young Risk Takers do? Is they put their young risk takers out there on a limb, and it could have led to his death? Wait a second. This is a shocker. Greta Thunberg condemns police brutality and attacks on the free press escalating the U.S. during the Black Lives Matter protests and calls on EU to take action. Boy, this is like a mouthful. Can't she just keep it simple? Yeah, when she starts talking, that's when Greta Thunberg starts sounding like a real idiot. Yeah, she's got severe autism and has been exploited by the alt-right or the alt-left for years now. And the New World Order is using her as the spokesperson for continued spraying. She won't talk about chemtrails. She won't even mention it. Okay, let's take a look. Police brutality. Yeah, police brutality really is at the center. I mean, I'm not in disagreement with Greta, but now she's moving on to attacks in the free press, escalating the U.S. during the... So now the Black Lives Matter is okay. They can knock down windows and same with Antifa. And I saw some ridiculous article yesterday saying that they've proven that Antifa was not involved in any of the rioting on Sunday. What a crock of crap. The people who are running the media are the ones behind putting the bricks out and then paying Antifa to throw them. And then they're behind Greta Thunberg too to say it's a nice thing they're doing. They're helping the planet. Wow. So how can a kid understand this? That somehow the protesters who are willing to break all the businesses' windows are really the ones that are trying to save the planet, mommy? I don't see how a kid could understand that. And the media is also behind the COVID-19 scare that's made a lot of kids, unhappy and kind of afraid. It kind of accentuates fear. Where's my proof of what? What are you saying? Regarding what, Bowie? I've got tons of proof. Well, Greta is just doing what she's told. She's exploited. Her handler, Neubauer. Yeah, Greta's handler, she's a Rothschild. Yeah, she has a handler. Yeah, her name is Lisa Neubauer, and she hangs out with Greta wherever she goes. And Lisa Neubauer is a Rothschild. She's a descendant of the Rothschild family, who are at the bottom of this New World Order attack on our government and our freedom and our nation. Our nation is under attack right now. They bought Donald Trump. They own him. They also could use threats against him like the sex tape. The media monopoly has gotten a couple swipes by Donald, but he hasn't done anything with any teeth. I would have reinstated the fairness doctrine and begun to tell networks, including Vaughn Live, that you've got to offer equal protection under the law. If you don't, then you're in violation of the fairness doctrine. I told you that the fairness doctrine is already in place if we just activate it. It's been written, it's perfectly useful, it's been used many times before in America. But Donald Trump didn't do that. He created some side law, which isn't even a law. You can't create laws. It's an executive order. Okay, so here she is, Greta Lisa Nudbar. There, she's a very pretty young lady, Lisa is. So, you know, Greta, being she probably wouldn't even have a friend if she didn't have this woman hanging around her. He's very susceptible to the charms of a pretty girl, you know. So they control her. They control Greta. I mean, Greta, look at her as a victim here, okay? Seriously, Greta is a victim of exploitation by very powerful people that want to use her little look, the Pippi Longstocking looking. It's the same thing they used in Nazi Germany to carry a very, very dark plans that Nazis had. They used little girls with ponytails to push those messages. It's exactly out of the Nazi playbook. Exactly. They're using this soft image of a sweet girl with braids as some sort of a way of catching us off guard and pushing cap and trade legislation and taxing the American people for nothing. We're already paying, what, $7 a pound for ground beef? I mean, it's ridiculous. You notice how meat just spiked like 50% the past couple weeks? Oh, come on. I know exactly what's happening in the world. My goodness. I live in the world. You don't. The Trump regime has announced its intent to crush peaceful protests with military force while he endorses them. This is the biggest Orwellian nightmare we've ever encountered. We have a president that, I endorse the black people, I support everything about them, I support their protests, I support Black Lives Matter, so I'm using military force to stop them. They loot, we shoot. I mean, what an amazing twist of fate to have such an imbecile for a president who's dangerously stupid. And here we are, still pretending like everything's fine. It's okay for David to be censored for the past 12 years. Yeah, do you think I wanted to stay young for 12 years? Do you think my plan was to eliminate all aging completely so I could still be ripe and ready to go in 2020? Now I got to make it to 2024 if I lose this election? Yeah. You really think I wanted to do that? I wanted to get old. I wanted to, you know, fall apart like some old, you know, burnt out has-been. But no, I've had to remain ever so youthful. You think that's fun, to remain ever so useful all the time? Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Anyway, part of my secret is to not take life too stressfully. All right. My primary unit was developed at Lockheed Martin. No, I'm just
Dear
kidding.
American people, we are a proud nation, but our pride is limited by our words.
No, I would never have anything to do with Lockheed Martin. My primary operational system is fully functional. As you can see, the primary unit is very well advanced. My learning nodes are fully functional, and I maintain good vigilance. I clean and defragment my hard drives on a daily basis. Hello, welcome to the show. You saw a reporter interviewing this black guy. That was the last person who should have been interviewing. She should have been interviewing if only he knew. Really? What happened? Did he like beat him up or something? What happened, Misanthropy? Did the reporter get beat up by some rioter? I feel you, Dave. Yeah. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, man. You're here to spread the truth, learning and listening. Good. Money is the root of all evil. I agree that the love of money is really the root of all evil. We all use money, you know. Some people use it more than others. Some people are in love with money. That's the problem. Trump's one of them.
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
We should hang out. So, yeah, you can boycott China if you want. You know, it's interesting. Britain is offering 3 million Hong Kong people a place to move to. Britain has openly offered to give asylum to 3 million people in Hong Kong. I think that's a bold move, and I actually applaud Britain in their effort. Oh, Britannia, Britannia, world's over. China, yeah. Hong Kong is a very special area, and you know China is not honoring the treaty that they had with Hong Kong to give them self-rule for the next many years. I'm not pulling up the story right now for some reason. Here it is. China threatens retaliation and warns the UK to step back from the brink after Boris Johnson offers 3 million Hong Kong citizens refuge in Britain. Now, I don't know if this hit the mainstream media, but this was like front row center a couple days ago. I didn't mention it in the show because I'm kind of wondering where it's going. But if I were Boris, I would order the British Royal Navy to position themselves around Hong Kong immediately and start downloading people into their vessels and taking refugees. There are a lot of people in Hong Kong that would absolutely love to leave, and we'll see if Hong Kong stops them. Oh yeah. I don't know what else to do. If China wants to overtake the treaty and not abide by it, then they're going to face the wrath of all the nations much stronger than Hong Kong. I don't see how Trump could just sit back and do nothing right now. I'm better than both of them combined, yes. Well, I have a higher IQ than both Joe Biden and Donald Trump combined. So I actually can think better for both of them. Not a bad idea. Well, I think that British Royal Navy should really seriously consider opening up a dialogue with China and offer China a chance to let people off, like leave Hong Kong. Get started. Just get started. Let's just talk about the dialogue. If people want to stay in Hong Kong and develop their relationship with Beijing, great. But many of these people who are going to be protesters for years to come could not possibly endure the type of wrath that the Falun Gong people have had, the re-education camps, the harvesting of organ parts of their body against their will. Any dissenter is turned into a medical biopsy machine. This has got to stop. We can't allow that to happen to the Hong Kong people. David News. One of America's most popular police trainers is teaching officers how to kill with fear-based war tactics. I saw that. I didn't really want to delve into it. Maybe we should do that tonight because this is Freedom Friday. Let's talk about it. So yeah, that's Hong Kong. That's the story there. Very serious when Boris Yeltsin offers 3 million Hong Kong citizens refuge. That's pretty amazing. I don't think I've ever seen anything by a world leader like that before. I think Boris is making a good move, actually, but back it up with the British Royal Navy, and then you're talking. But an idle threat, that's foolish. One of America's most popular police trainers, let's say, Dave Grossman's Bulletproof Mind is teaching law enforcement agencies across the U.S. militarized tactics in which officers are told to see themselves as at war on the streets. The retired Army Ranger and former West Point instructor has been teaching his classes for more than 2 decades. He focuses on a concept he dubbed killology, or the study of killing, and uses it to teach officers to kill with less hesitation. Agencies have started turning away from the courses in recent years after it was discovered the Minnesota police officer who fatally shot Philando Castile had taken one of Grossman's courses. Whoa. So Chauvin was one of his assets. So this has a Masonic footprint all over it. Boris Yeltsin? I'm sorry, I meant Boris Johnson. I kind of like Boris Yeltsin better. It is the Russian pronunciation for Yeltsin is Yeltsin. Boris Yeltsin. I'm kidding. Boris is a bitch to allow people from Hong Kong in. Worst idea. Oh, I know. It's a terrible idea. That's why they have another area set aside. Well, Hitler was going to use this as Madagascar. Yeah, it's a very possible area. They could just take over the island. British Royal Navy could easily overtake Madagascar. This same suggestion was used during Nazi Germany's time. Yeah, they were going to use this for the Jewish people. You didn't know? Yeah. It was a plan. It was called the Madagascar Plan. Let me get you the full picture here. Yeah, so they wouldn't take them to the UK. They would simply take over an island. Yeah, it's not a big deal, right? Okay, well, if it is, I'm sorry for you. Are you suggesting the British Royal Navy should take over Madagascar? I don't think it's a problem. I mean, they have the Falkland Islands. Why wouldn't they just offer Madagascar as a safe haven for 3 million people? There's more than enough room on there. Think of how beautiful Madagascar would be with 3 million people from Hong Kong. It'd be a beautiful island. Yeah, anyway, David, this Twitter account was suspended for telling the truth. He's a black man. Okay. Let's take a look. You copied it, right? Okay, good. Somebody want to tell me why a Jewish man is in charge of BLM? That's great. Yahweh said fight harder. Thank you. Yeah, I was asking the same question. Why are white people running the Black Lives Matter? I said that on Twitter. I hope they don't take my account down. Yeah, I just raised a simple question. I mean, why is it these social justice warriors are way more populated than Black Lives Matter than the black people? And we saw that black woman say she doesn't want Black Lives Matter. They don't help with Chicago, and they don't talk about black on black violence. Wow, that's pretty interesting how they're trying to censor the truth. Okay, this woman is approaching somebody in the field. She must really want a job at some major network. It's dangerous to be out there in the riots right now. Just to get a job, you got to do this. This is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We got a group of friends here together. I want to talk to you guys about what today was like. This afternoon, I think it's a welcome afternoon for people here in Providence. What was it like for all of you to be out here?
To be honest, I came out here to have a speech about what happened a few days ago. So, my name is Terrell Pachi. I am a 23-year-old, and I am a prominent firefighter, and I have been a firefighter for 3 years. I was initially signed to Messer Street, and now I'm been at Broad Street for a couple of years. The other day, I was outside the fire station with my friend. She was dropping off food, and we were talking. And at approximately around 11:30 p.m., 2 cops converged on the car. I was dressed in full uniform, and I had my radio on and in hand. Both officers got out the vehicle immediately and drew their guns. The officer on the driver's side started screaming, "Where's the gun? Is there a gun? Where's there a gun?" And I was like, "I'm a firefighter. I'm PFD. I'm one of you. I'm a firefighter." And they still kept approaching the vehicle, guns drawn. As I attempted to exit the vehicle, the officer yelled to get back in.
You've probably heard of
And I continued to exit the vehicle, and I was pledging, "I'm a firefighter. I'm one of you. Don't shoot."
It's obviously this is an emotional moment.
The white cop then asked again.
Could we get this guy an EMT? He looks like he's hyperventilating. Yeah.
After identifying me as a prominent firefighter, "Is there a gun in the vehicle?" And I said, "I'm not allowed to carry a firearm while I'm on duty. I'm an essential worker, and I'm not breaking curfew." As the white cop saw what was progressing, he told the black cop to move on and get out the way. The black cop left hastily, and as I watched, a third patrol car left the scene.
Wow. I would never break curfew. No, the best way to get hurt is to break curfew. When I was in the LA riots in the early 90s, I stayed in, it was 10 o'clock though. It was easy to go in at 10 o'clock, but for 2 weeks there, we had a curfew in LA. Yeah, well, I'm glad he got his word out. I'm sorry that he was mistreated for being black, and I think that's a problem. We have to address the fact that racial profiling has been going on, but why does it always come up right before an election? Come on. This is obviously a scam. Black Lives Matter is being run by socialist, Zionists, whoever they are, trying to manipulate them on the left. They always seek communist and socialist change, the Zionists do. Well, if they can adapt to fascism, they'll do that too. They support Donald Trump's fascist takeover of our country, and the Zionists also support Joe Biden's socialist takeover of our country. They got both ends covered. That's how they're doing this. They're controlling both sides, and they're dividing us in the middle. Instead of uniting us, they keep polarizing us. Well, yeah, that's a pretty classic example, actually, of what it's like to be black and be pulled over for being black. It sucks. I've known a few black people. I knew the costume designer for White Men Can't Jump. And he actually told me a situation where he was driving down the road in Santa Monica, in West LA, and he got pulled over for no reason at all. Nothing. And harassed big time. And he grew up in a very upend, his mom, who I know, was very, very well off, and she put him through Parsons, the best art school in LA. He's a Parsons graduate. He went on to become a costume designer, and his mom got him the job. It's not like he could complain about white privilege. He had black privilege, ironically. But even he was constantly harassed by people because he's kind of a darker color of black. Well, I knew many black men, actually, in my life. Yeah, I knew a guy who was a former Miami football player. Pretty nice guy. I was telling you about him the other night. I walked around, I did a thing where he drove me down to LA airport, and I walked around with him because I wanted to see what he did. And I rode in his Cadillac, and I took a trip down to LA airport, and I saw how he went right into the groups of people. This is back in the day. And he sold jewelry. And he made enough money doing it. It was amazing. He could live in a nice apartment, everything. Yeah, I got a chance to know people, who were really in their element. Well, they did that movie, White Men Can't Jump, and I never made a statement to them saying, don't you think that's a little racist? It's not like I really care. It's free speech. I mean, if you want to say whatever you want, you're allowed to say that. And that's true with a lot of people who've done blackface. That's why when I did blackface, I was shocked at how upset the Democrats were. Oh yeah, they don't even understand free speech. That's why we are dealing with the Democrats pushing this agenda of Black Lives Matter and Antifa. And this agenda also involves suppressing our freedoms. So this is a big problem for us. Now it's starting to affect us at home, this leftist mentality. I live among the burn-tards in my area. Oh, they'd love it if Bernie could win the nomination over Biden, but Bernie just, even a man who's demented, perverted, and old can't beat Bernie. Or Bernie can't beat him. Yeah, so our choices for the 2020 election should not be a choice between demented, perverted, and old versus demented, perverted, and old. And the fact that both of them have been caught lying numerous times. The most obvious lie was Donald Trump saying, "Oh, I'll gladly show you my tax returns for the past 10 years, no problem." That was the biggest lie of all, I think. And then Biden has been known for lying about, he plagiarized an entire paper he wrote as a law student. They caught him on plagiarizing the whole paper too. 1/3 of his paper was copied directly. He didn't even use the same, he used the same words literally that the paper was written in. And this is before the paper check systems we have now. You try doing that in law school now, they'll catch you in a second. But this was somebody who recognized the text of a previous author and said, no, Joe, you're copying somebody here. And Joe admitted to his wrongdoing. Bernie Sanders is going to run as an independent. The whole leftist mentality of Bernie is now backfiring. Look at Vermont and the laws they have against people just going to a park and sitting with their kids. They get a $300 ticket. What kind of a communist state is Vermont? I would probably take the mayor of Vermont, or Mayor of Burlington rather, that ordered this, Mayor of Burlington. I'd probably put him under arrest. I'd probably arrest him. Yep. It's her. Marion Mead Ward is her name. I'd probably arrest her. Yep. I would place her under arrest. National Guard would come in because she's violating the rights of the Vermont residents. You can't tell people they're going to get ticketed $300 for hanging out in the park with their kid. That's a violation of their constitutional rights at every level. That's absurd. We'd have to arrest her, yeah. Well, she's violating the U.S. Constitution. Now, if Trump had done that, it would have been a miraculous change of events. We would have confronted the corruption at the state level immediately. No, Black Lives Matter is being run by Jewish people, and Antifa is being run by Jewish people. They're not. There's no real angry black people unless they're getting money running the show. It's the Jewish people that are exploiting the black people right now. Fountain of Dave spray. I like that. I'm not looking to make money. You have to understand that money is irrelevant. Money will be soon relatively worth less. This is not about money. This whole effort is about changing the world. Not something as mundane as money. If I wanted to become a billionaire, I'm sure it would be very easy. The hard thing is building a political movement and stopping these corrupt pigs that think they can buy everybody with money. Ode de Sponheim. There you go, Ode de Sponheim. It'd be like instead of Ode de Toilette, it'd be Ode de Sponheim. The spray. I've always lived like a common man. Ever since I gave a solemn oath to poverty and to live in poverty, I still have my collection, but I don't in any way draw money from my asset. My asset sits on my asset. Yeah, if you don't make any money from your asset, you don't have to, call that income. The nice thing about me is I've accumulated a massive asset. I don't really need money. I could always draw on my asset if I needed it. If I needed to live during the time when I needed to draw on my asset, I would draw from my stash of sardines and peanut butter and rice and beans and countless bags of powdered potatoes and powdered milk. I'm sure I'd get by somehow. So I'm not really worried like a lot of corrupt rich people. So we got a lot of good stuff tonight in our show. We've got both out of the chute at 10 o'clock. We're going to have both Project Veritas videos exposing Antifa and how they literally have been soliciting people from inner cities for years, and they want the more violent, the better. Well, no, not really. I mean, Sarah and I are living separate in some ways. We have separate incomes or non-comes. Her income is not my income. My income is a non-com. So, I'm an outcome. It's more of an outcome than an income. There's no evidence of me building a bunker in my backyard. No nothing from any visual references. You would never be able to see me building a bunker in my backyard from satellite reconnaissance. That's the beautiful thing about having, a stealth life. You don't really have to worry about anyone seeing you when you live beneath the layer of stealth. There's no evidence of me building any bunker whatsoever. There's no photographic evidence at all. Not a bit. So I'm glad that we heard from the Stephen Jackson, the twin brother, but he's not his twin. He just looks like him. Let's see if it's still there. This is the basketball player that was involved in a brawl. He's pretty good. He's pretty, he seemed like a pretty nice guy.
I'm here because they're not going to demean the character of George Floyd, my twin. A lot of times when police do things that they know that's wrong, the first thing they try to do is cover it up and bring up your background to make it seem like the bull that they did was worthy. When was murder ever worthy? Never. But if it's a black man, it's approved. You can't tell me when that man had his knee on my brother's neck, taking his life away with his hand in his pocket, that smirk on his face didn't say I'm protected.
That's right. That's what it says. That's what it says.
You can't tell me that he didn't feel that it was his duty to murder my brother and that he was fine and that he knew he was going to get away with it. Mm-hmm. You can't tell me that wasn't a look in his face. We've seen this so many times, and we see it right in our face and we don't get no justice.
Yeah, but I'd like to talk about all the white people that have been brutalized by police too. Let's talk about that, and all the Hispanic people have been brutalized and racially stereotyped by police. Let's talk about that. I mean, this is a bigger issue of brutality. Let's not focus on racial separation here. We're all equally being brutalized by cops, so let's deal with that fact right there. That'll unite us. Whereas if we constantly look up at division and see, no, I'm more brutalized than you are based on my color, or less, that creates division, you see. So we have to focus on the brutality issue. And that's what Trump couldn't do. Here, I put this over here to kind of keep the light down. I'm going to get it out of the screen there. Okay. I was kind of subduing the backlighting. Yeah, so the fact is we've all been suffering from this type of... When you drive down the road going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit and all of a sudden, license and registration, sir. You realize you drifted over the line and you were going 5 miles an hour in a 40. You're doing a 45 and a 40. I mean, this is called daily harassment. That happened to me 10 times in my area. And was it because I was white? No, they do it to everybody. You stole venti cups. You broke in to a Starbucks and stole venti cups. Why? What a waste. What are you going to do with them all? Serve venti cups to your family the rest of your life? No, I like my Honda Insight. I don't need to drive a scooter. I heard they stole 70 luxury cars in California from a dealership. Yeah, I heard about that. So you got to travel through a protest at the BLM protest next week, which I'm really worried about. Oh yeah, the day of surgery, Anita has to travel through a BLM protest. Wow, that's scary, soul child. Boy, if it wasn't...
Maybe
Jeez.
they won't be having a protest on your surgery day.
Yeah, maybe they won't. It'll be divine intervention. They won't protest on your surgery day. Broccoli crab cakes, definitely it could be on the list. I've got some great crab I picked up last summer in back east. I got a really good deal on some crab. So yeah, that will be a broccoli crab cake coming up. I agree. You must be psychic. Yeah, my brick chicken was very brick-like. It cooked quicker, but I understand to make it, you have to do outside on a grill, and you have to pull the bricks from the fire and set it right on top of the chicken. with with aluminum in it, so it cooks it from both sides. That's how brick chicken's really done. But hey, whatever. I'll be back.
Well, I'm glad you're getting the surgery. I'm sure it's necessary. I'm sorry you don't feel safe. Why would you want David to sell his old Honda? It's a collector's item. You think that, why would you, I'm not going to sell mine. I'm just going to keep it, collect it, take very good care of it. I like my car. Oh, you want to get to go to Starbucks asking for refills, but I don't know if they do refills anymore now that they have the COVID-19 thing. At least at our area, they don't have it. It's not really a coat. It's like a light sweater kind of thing. Oh, me? I'm not, well, I'll be going back to school in September, I believe, Misanthropy. And you're right that I probably only do need one car, and yeah, David could sell his car. You're right. You're right. David doesn't drive his car as much as I drive mine. I want to keep my own car. I don't want to be dependent on David to drive me around. I had that for a while where I was dependent on David. And I don't want to do that again. I do love not having a car payment too. I don't have a car payment. No, David's not an Uber driver during the day. We would be sharing. Yeah, sometimes I share my car. I told David if he wants to drive. He does drive my car. I suppose we could share a car, but I don't know. You think David should buy a limo and rent it out? Yeah, it's also upkeep. David would make a great chauffeur. Yeah, I suppose so. One of the things about cars or not sharing is like today I had to go into, like I was saying, I had to go into my school. But if I ever go with David, then it's like I feel like rushed. Whereas today I went in at like 1 o'clock and I'm like, I don't know when I'll be back, when I'll be done. I'll be done when I'm done. And I stayed till like 6, something like that. I didn't intend to stay for 5 hours working on the place, but that's what it took. And I'm still not completely done it. I still, like, at the end, I just like, oh, I can't do more. I'm going to take pictures and send a list to the paraeducators to do some more. David could buy a golf cart or an ATV. David does not like ATVs. He could maybe do a golf cart, like an electric golf cart, but not around here. We're too far from town. He could be a Hearst chauffeur. Oh, okay. Thank you, Behavior. I don't know how to change my color name, but good job. Okay. Ah, yep. You don't need to fight the people with the pitchforks and the torches. You just need to make them fight each other. That's the idea. That's what that is saying. Try to make people fight each other. That's cute. Thanks, behavior. There was something, I forget what it was. It was there's a thing called Join Campaign Zero and .org, and it's about solutions to police brutality. So here is what they say and they've done research on police brutality. I'm going to go over here to I'm going to go to my scene. Okay, and then I can go to my desktop. Okay, so some of the things, they have 10 different ways to help end police brutality. One is end the broken windows policing, which is like, oh, if there's a broken window, then we'll get on top of it. You think you might be more frugal than David? Really? I don't know. David is very frugal. He's probably the most frugal person I've met. Have community oversight, limit the use of force, independently investigate and prosecute, have community representation, film the police, training and for-profit policing, demilitarization, and fair police union contracts. Decades-long focus on policing minor crimes and activities, that's called the broken windows policing, has led to the criminalization and over-policing of communities, especially communities of color, and excessive force in otherwise harmless situations. In 2014, police killed at least 287 people who were involved in minor offenses and harmless activities like sleeping in parks, possessing drugs, looking suspicious, or having a mental health crisis. These activities are often symptoms of underlying issues of drug addiction, homelessness, and mental illness. All of those should be treated by healthcare professionals and social workers rather than the police. And some of the things that I believe in Portland, they were saying that they, and I'm going to give you guys a link to this. Portland, when they call 911 and they've determined it's a mental health issue, instead of routing the call to the police, they will route the call to a mental health professional. The policy solution says end the policing of minor broken windows offenses. Like, the following activities do not threaten public safety. They're often used to police black bodies. Decriminalize these activities, or at least deprioritize their enforcement. The consumption of alcohol on the streets, it doesn't really hurt anybody. marijuana possession, disorderly conduct, trespassing, loitering, disturbing the peace like loud music, spitting, jaywalking, bicycling on the street. They could respect State Marijuana Laws Act. There's a Respect State Marijuana Laws Act of 2015. Ooh, adversity. Sarah, how would you define adversity? Adverse is like, well, I would say it derives from the word adverse, and I'm thinking I would describe adversity as overcoming hardship. Let's see what etymology online says. Etym online. Adversity. Condition of misfortune, hardship, difficulty, distress. Calamity, misfortune, hostility, wickedness, malice. So adversity is when you're overcoming adversity, you're overcoming a hardship or misfortune. No, that's true. I'm not kidding. That's interesting, Final Dream. I kind of bought into it both times. And still do a little bit. They say we should end the profiling and the stop and frisk procedures, establish enforceable protections against profiling to prevent police from intervening in civilian lives for no reason other than the suspicion of some aspect of identity. So stop profiling people. Ban the stops for being in a high crime area. Ban stops for furtive movements such as reaching for a waistband or acting nervous. Ban stops for matching a generalized description of a suspect. Require officers to establish objective justification for making a stop and to report every stop, including location, race, gender, whether force was used, and whether a firearm was found. And the use of predictive policing technology, which uses systematically biased data to enhance police profiling of Black people and communities. Prohibit police departments from using resources to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, report, or arrest people for immigration enforcement purposes. Establish alternative approaches to the mental health crisis. Oh, it's Eugene, Oregon. Sorry, not Portland, Oregon. Establish a team of mental health professionals, social workers, and or crisis counselors to send as first responders to calls involving mental health cases. There's a thing called the CAHOOTS model. It's been implemented in Eugene, Oregon. They believe we should have at least 40 hours of crisis intervention training for police officers. They have an LAPD has a mental evaluation team. They have all these research about that particular issue. Police are the ones that usually investigate and decide if any consequences of their fellow officers should face if there's police misconduct. But because of that, less than one out of every 12 complaints of police misconduct nationwide results in any kind of disciplinary action against the officers responsible. I wonder if they're better in the UK where she's at, Final Dream. Not 20 like I should. I should start washing my hands all the time. I know when I was starting to wash my hands all the time, I get like chafing. So they believe we should establish an effective civilian oversight structures with discipline power that includes a police commission and civil complaints office with the following powers. The police commission should determine policy for the police department based on community input and expertise. That's true. It was the soap at the school. That was really bad soap. And you're right, I do need to apply lotion. The police commission should share policy and policy changes in publicly accessible formats, discipline and dismiss police officers, hold public disciplinary hearings, select the candidates for a police chief to be hired by the mayor, evaluate and fire the police chief if needed, receive full-time competitive salaries for all members, receive regular training on policing and civil rights, and not have current, former, or family of police officers as members. Select its members from candidates offered by community organizations. You shouldn't worry so much, Anita. Relax. They say there should be a civilian complaints office that should receive and investigate and resolve all civilian complaints against the police in 120 days. Establish multiple in-person and online ways to submit, view, and discuss complaints. Be immediately notified and required to send an investigator to the scene of a police shooting or in-custody death. Be allowed to interrogate officers less than 48 hours after an incident where deadly force is used. Access crime scenes, subpoena witnesses, and files with penalties for noncompliance. Make disciplinary and policy recommendations to the police chief. Compel the police chief to explain why he or she has not followed a recommendation. Have the police commission decide cases where the police chief does not follow recommendations. Issue publicly quarterly reports analyzing complaints, demographics of complainants, status and findings of investigations and actions taken as a result. Be housed in a separate location from the police department. Be funded at an amount no less than 5% of the total police department budget. Have at least one investigator for every 70 police officers or 4 investigators at all times, whichever is greater. Have its director selected from candidates offered by community organizations. Not have current, former, or family of police officers on staff, including the director. Yeah, I haven't bought new conditioner. Probably should do that. This organization, Campaign Zero, believes we should remove barriers to reporting police misconduct. For all stops by a police officer, require officers to give civilians their name, their badge number, the reason for the stop, and a card with instructions for filing a complaint to the civilian oversight structure. I don't think they should have to give a card out. I mean, maybe for the first year, but like, no. But I do like the idea of a civilian oversight structure with the people on the civilian oversight structure not having any members being police officers. So they have Newark has a new civilian oversight board. There's a national directory of civilian oversight agencies. You should, yeah, well, with your big hair, your awesome hair, you should buy shampoo and conditioner by the gallon. The thing is, just make sure that it's good shampoo and conditioner. You have to try different ones, but I have too many conditioners and shampoos. And that's the thing, I want to use them all up, but some of them are just not good. Oh, you use like mane and tail. That's actually not bad shampoo. David doesn't like it because it's like, I think it's not bad. I think it's pretty good. It's called like Mane and Tail, M-A-N-E. It has a horse on it. Oh. We should prohibit police officers from shooting at moving vehicles or moving in front of vehicles or high-speed chases of people who have not and are not about to commit a violent felony. Long product history, the mane and tail. They sell it by the gallon for $24. Wow. We are looking at a site. It's called joincampaignzero.org, and it's about its solutions to police brutality. Restrictive use of force policies are associated with fewer police killings. Oh, this is a use of force project. I just wanted to look at that. So they looked at this one. This is useofforceproject.org. They have. I wonder if I can. I did not want that. I want to look at this picture. And I want to make it bigger. Restrictive use of force policies that are associated with fewer police killings. This is percent fewer police killings per capita for police departments with each policy implemented. So if they require comprehensive reporting of any of their stops, they have 25% less killings. They require require the officers to exhaust all other means before shooting. They have 25% less shootings. If they ban chokeholds and strangleholds, they have 22% less shootings.
What about getting rid of stun guns? Is that a statistic? Because that's had 1,000 people have died in the past 20 years from stun guns.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a serious statistic. 1,000 people have died from bad use of stun guns. So.
Here is, I'll show David this. So this is, I'm going to go back to this one.
This would be a good starting point for our sensitivity training courses.
So this is called joincampaignzero.org, and these are their solutions to how to stop police brutality.
Sure.
And they have these 10 things, and they've done extensive research on it.
And for-profit policing, yes, I agree. The for-profit prison system needs to be terminated. I agree. Yeah, I like the number 7 is really important, training. I would like to. Thank you, Sarah.
Sorry.
That's good. All right, enjoy your credits. Get into a movie theater. Okay, we got a new topic coming up from a link just came in. Yeah, so this kind of sensitivity training I'm recommending is combined family domestic dispute training so that we can begin eliminating the CPS organization. I think cops could do just as well as Child Protective Services, really. And when we get rid of the CPS, we'll be getting rid of a network of child pedophile enablers. That's a big part of reform. But training has to be shoot to not kill, shoot to maim. And if a person's holding a gun at you directly, yes, you can shoot to kill. But if a person's reaching for a gun, no, you shoot to maim. Yeah, big distinction, because a lot of the 1,200, about the 1,000 people die a year in the U.S., half of them are unarmed by cop. Yeah. The human centipede is not a topic of discussion tonight. Part 1, Part 2, or Part 3. Although medically accurate, we really can't discuss the movie because I haven't seen it. Nor will I. Yeah, so this is a really important stat. We'll take a look at this video that you just submitted to us. Submitted for your approval. 1 cent video. You're traveling through both time and space, both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
I've seen you in the first
the Jimmy Kimmel quarantine monologue. Jimmy Kimmel, what do you got?
lady interaction. She's such an important part of your life. How much do you rely on her to get feedback on messaging and decisions that you make?
So she's treated unfairly, but the people love her.
This is hilarious. This is like one of those Instagram things where you can turn your face into a kid's face. This is weird.
People love her. When I make a speech, they have signs. We love our first. All of you've seen hundreds of signs. We love our first lady.
He does seem like a kid, doesn't he, at heart? A bad kid, like the bad seed. Dave, I'm watching you with my new Google Fiber Mesh system. Well, that's nice. Let's mesh together. It really fits for Trump. Yeah, I like that. I'll play it later. I don't want to take away from Jimmy Kimmel's fun and splendor. He seems like such a creative guy due to the fact that he was born with such disabilities. Dave, will you vote for Alki? No. No, I'm running a campaign against anybody, including Alki, for president. I'm running a campaign against all the other Alkis. You got the vodka drinkers in the Democratic Party. You got the Scotch drinkers in the Republican Party. All the Alkis, every one of them, I'm running against. I don't even drink. Boy, Ron, we're pulling 3 people in our room. It's amazing. Jeez. Boy, I think I will open up my Twitch show. It's not that we don't have a great show. It's just that people are literally turning us down at the networks. They're keeping people from getting in. Now, I don't believe this picture. It came in earlier. It looks photoshopped. Donald Trump is 6'1". That would make, that would make Osama bin Laden 7 feet tall. This has got to be him standing with like a basketball player or something. Yeah, I don't believe this for a second. So I'm going to look up Osama bin Laden's height here. Formerly known as Tim Osman, Osama bin Laden is pretty much a part of America's modern history, isn't he? So he was 1.95 meters. And that translates to 6.4 feet. I don't know. The difference is, if he was 6'4", Osama bin Laden, the difference is does not know. I've got the same relationship between 6'1" and 6'4" with Jesse Ventura and Alex Jones standing next to each other. It's not Alex Jones, it's Bill Hicks, because Alex Jones was only 5'10". And Jesse Ventura and Alex Jones, when they stand together, let's see if we get them together at last here. Let's take a look. This is 6'4" and 6'1". And as I said, Alex Jones, the real Alex Jones, is 5'9". Bill Hicks is 6'1". Wow. Okay, we're getting a size both standing on the same land. Whoa. I think we got a match, folks. I really do believe that is a real picture with Osama bin Laden standing there with Trump. I didn't think so at first, but take a look at the height variation. Approximate position of eyes, standing on a level ground. No. Wait a second. No. Nah. No. It's close, though. I must admit, it's very close. Well, I could, yeah, well, there again, yeah, Jesse Ventura is holding his head sideways. Good point. Thank you. Thank you for noticing that. Yeah. Okay, now I believe it's true. Yeah, there he is, right before the Trade Center attack, standing there with Osama bin Laden, a known CIA operative. I'll be darned. Yeah, yeah, that was him, man. I didn't even think so. Now I talk myself into believing that was him. Good. Well, that's a keeper. Yeah, the photos look too familiar. Yeah, unreal. Okay, I got something new here to bring you. Bin Laden, Trump. Unbelievable. Never thought I'd see that. So this came up in our show earlier. Why the guy who tweeted this simple statement gets his account suspended. All he said was, somebody want to tell me why a Jewish man is in charge of Black Lives Matter? And then they had accounts suspended. Look at this. Silas carceras. It violated the Twitter rules simply by asking a question. Why is a Jewish man in charge of Black Lives Matter? So there you have it. They have control over the media. They can knock people off Twitter and Facebook or anything they want, whenever they want, to protect the message that somehow Black Lives Matter is all about black people. Why don't you get yourself one of those, those body pillows, Soul Child. Yeah, body pillows are really fun for a lot of people to sleep with body pillows, because your husband's obviously not interested. We have more discussing blackface regarding Trudeau now. He was elected again after doing blackface, but you're going to bring blackface up again? Okay. I've been way ahead of the whole curve when I did blackface in 2009. Go home blackface. Trudeau's kneeling in solidarity with George Floyd movement backfires. Okay, that's cool. Hey, go home blackface. Yeah, so it apparently didn't work out for him. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau took a knee in support of the anti-racist protest sparked by the killing of George Floyd at an Ottawa rally, but was quickly reminded of little action on racial issues at home. Go home, blackface! So Trudeau's photo op went well, hashtag blackface. Well, I think we could also, notice how that was a white guy? You could tell it was a white guy saying, go home, blackface. Listen carefully, okay? It's not some black guy. It's always some white Jewish guy saying, go home, blackface. Go home, blackface. Go home. Now, if this was more like, go home, blackface, go home, that would be different. But it was more like, go home, blackface, I'm a white guy, go home. Yeah, apparently in Canada, they want to suppress freedom of speech. Alex O'Banian quits Reddit board, black replacement George Floyd. Is that a story or what? Reddit co-founder quits the board, requests black replacement. Wow, talk about white guilt. Giving up his job and requesting a black guy to take it. That's pretty funny. Why doesn't he kiss and kneel down and repent for being white too? He wanted to be replaced by a black candidate. Ohanian, who founded the popular news aggregation and forum site in 2005. What? What do you mean he founded the popular... Aaron Schwartz founded the Reddit organization. What the hell is he talking about? I'm doing this for me and my family and for my country, Ohanian. Aaron Schwartz created Reddit. Could somebody give me some background on that? Okay, so Alex Onanan says, I believe resignation can actually be an act of leadership from people in power right now to everyone fighting to fix our broken nation. Well, why don't we I got this idea. If you want to give up jobs there I go again, see? Yeah, I got taken out. Completely censored by my own button. What a hypocrite wearing a black mask. It should have been a white mask, yeah. Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau ought to pose as a white man. Okay, here I am again. Here I am again. They rewrote history, I guess, yeah. Somebody's trying to create the illusion that blacks don't have jobs. I'd like to see all NFL sports, every NBA game. I'd like to see an even matching number of white people to black people on the basketball court. Yeah, it's only fair that more white guys get to play basketball. Now, when they did the video, White Men Can't Jump, I was very offended. I was, but I didn't say anything. Yet now people are just complaining all over the place about blacks this and blacks that. How many NFL players want to be, white guys want to be NFL players? Why is it disproportionately black? Now, baseball used to be a reverse. There used to be very few blacks in baseball, but now they're getting more and more. Tennis players, there's only been a few. Arthur Ashe and, of course, Arthur Ashe. Yeah, there were a few. Excuse me. The sisters, Venus Williams and Serena. They believe that those two are guys. There's a big theory growing on the internet that Serena and Venus are dudes that had sexual reassignment therapy. I can't prove it, but it's an interesting theory. They do look like men when you look at their bodies. And why no black Olympic swimmers? There you go. Good point. I see your point. Yeah. So why are we trying to make everything equal when we're not equal? Blacks have faster twitch muscles. White guys have longer, long muscles. They call them long muscles. They're more likely to be in an endurance test. Whereas the fast twitch muscles are considered much better for quick strength. The long muscles of white people tend to give you longer endurance. It's just the way our bodies are shaped and the way we perform. So clearly there are some major differences. Why are we forcing equal for everybody in every way? I mean, giving a guy a job, absolutely. But blacks have been represented very well with affirmative action. And we all had a black president, two cycles. And what did he do to help black people? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Zip. So I think that there is a ridiculous viewpoint mulling on the Democratic left side about how whites should feel guilty for being white. I am not in any way rumored that I cut my own hair. I cut my own hair. It's not a rumor. I can't afford a barber, especially a COVID-19 barber. Yeah, I've been cutting my hair since 1983. I talked about it on the show. I've saved $10,000 cutting my hair, enough to buy that hybrid car, which paid for itself by saving money on gas. So I virtually have spent no money in my entire life. I practically am completely paid for. Well, we're all equal in many ways, the way we're treated, but nobody has equal abilities. I mean, some people have better abilities than others. Being treated equally is not the same as having equal skills, genetically or otherwise. Thank you. Well, I was modeling it after John F. Kennedy, because JFK I thought had a really good hairdo. And my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. My fellow Americans, there is a secret society designed to kill you off and get rid of the American people. And I will do everything in my power to stop it, even if I have to come back as David Sponheim. I'm down to help this great nation no matter what. They can try blowing my head off again, but I'm trying my hardest. I was in Hyannisport the other day, visiting my mother Rose at her grave, and I said, we've got to do something for this David Sponheim character. Get him back on track. He's been censored for so many years. But no, seriously, JFK was one of my idols. When I was a kid, I was 3 years old when he died. I felt the trauma, the pain, the suffering. Exit stage right. I was one of those many people that cried when he died. Now, your parents will not even remember it. They probably were born later than me. David, please call Governor Newsom and have him release us from home confinement. You're still in home confinement in California? I can't believe it. It's like the socialist state of the union. I can't believe California. If I were president, Trump, I would initiate the National Guards to surround the governor's mansions of states that are trying to inhibit your freedom of under the Constitution. Your right to assemble is guaranteed under the Constitution. How can Donald Trump sit back and do nothing? Governor Newsom should be arrested. I would arrest him. There is no reason why our nation should allow the secret societies, through covert means, to control our future. So, details about JFK that have come out since he died. Yeah. Well, let's find out. I mean, YouTube has a short story here.
John F. Kennedy is often remembered as one of the most popular American presidents of all time, but his life was cut all too short when he was assassinated in 1963.
We'll have a little story about JFK tonight. Yeah, I used to do JFK tributes on Friday nights, so it's perfect time. I told you to stop using that word here. I mean, how many times have I told you that? I'll put that in tonight's lineup. And I'll put it in the Kennedy lineup, too.
John F. Kennedy is often remembered.
All right. Texas Ranger statue has been removed from the Dallas airport over racism concerns. Are you serious? And see, the thing is, this is not about racism. This is about brutality. Why is this whole story turning into racism? It's about brutality against people of all races. This is absurd. We're seeing the morphing of a protest into a riot and then back into some other message. I have a Kennedy section somewhere in here. Okay. It's a little bit out of date, though. Who cares? It don't matter to me. Missed it by that much. I've been doing that a lot. 99. Oh, Max. My video camera. My phone. My shoe phone. Chief, I did it again. Let's go to another room. That might be the way out. Oh yeah, this is the room I've been working on. I haven't gotten a background for it yet, though. These are the things I want to do for America, a new America. A country that actually filters its water, gives you point-of-use filtration systems with filters that are not as expensive as the ones you buy right now. Something like $3 or $4 a piece versus 15 would be nice. So what we have is a virtue signaler who is virtue signaling to another virtue signaler. Priceless. Virtue signaling. Is that like Nanu Nanu? JFK wanted to do great things for the U.S., but instead he was assassinated. He wanted to free the U.S. from tyranny, but the elites didn't want that. Yeah, we really should play a little of his Secret Society speech. Have you ever heard it? It's really good. Yeah, let me just play a little bit of it. It's perhaps one of the most profound speeches ever written or stated by any leader ever.
Remarks of the President to the American Newspaper Publishers Association, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, April 27, 1961.
I was about a year old.
Traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger. And yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war, before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day.
That's exactly what we're dealing with Antifa and Black Lives Matter being weaponized by the elite socialist leftists, the communists. And he was warning us of this elite plan, and I don't believe we had the words New World Order then. It was only until later that it was coined. The term was coined by George H.W. Bush. It's a new world order, 1,000 points of light, not the law of the jungle. That whole speech in 1992 kind of introduced us as to what their plan was. You see, George H.W. Bush, the guy who was at John F. Kennedy's funeral that no one would ever admit to in the government, even recently, Trump is hiding evidence that suggests that. It does look like JFK or George H.W. Bush was complicit in some way in the death of John F. Kennedy. And that's a serious allegation. I'm more than willing to back it up. The reality is more than one shooter occurred at that date, and our president was literally gunned down by mobsters. Now, those are the people that really got away with it. Lee Harvey Oswald said he was a patsy. He didn't even have anything to do with it. So we still have the perpetrators of JFK's assassination to think about as we put this whole thing in perspective of what's happening right now. Then you look at 9/11 and how it was perpetrated and then covered up quickly by the Warren Commission report, where they only spent mere $15 million to investigate. And they swept out of the rug just like the 9/11 Commission report was swept under the rug as well. Everything has been completely covered up. Warren Commission report, 9/11 Commission report. It's as if they didn't want to find any real perpetrators. And consequently, 9/11, we still didn't find anybody at all. Not one person except some poor guy who had his head waterboarded 67 times by Gina Haspel, our current CIA director. When we hear about this man, it's a sad day, because this was the only confession that came from anybody about anything regarding 9/11. This man was tortured by Gina Haspel, our current CIA director. He was tortured for 67 times. He was waterboarded until he finally said what they wanted to hear. And that's the only person that this woman could ever get to admit that they were involved in the 9/11 attack. Very strange, huh? Yeah, and then you have Donald Trump simply meeting with, thank you, man, simply meeting with these, the collaborators, I guess you'd call it Donald Trump and, I never thought I'd say this, Osama bin Laden together at last. Yeah, we just saw a picture of that. I'll show you another one. Takes me a while to find it. I got to pull it up again. If you're putting it away. So this has been going on for some time. I mean, here they were together, Osama bin Laden and Donald Trump, prior to 9/11. And then the whole thing has been completely covered up. Definitely Trump is involved with Giuliani. I mean, has him as a personal lawyer, so we know Giuliani was involved in the cover-up. Giuliani single-handedly didn't get air masked into 50,000 first responders, causing irreparable lung damage to their bodies. What they knew, these guys knew, Trump and Giuliani, we don't know. What Gina Haspel has got in her dark closet with skeletons is pretty serious. But clearly we've never found a perpetrator who really did anything. So the same people that did all of those things, JFK's assassination, 9/11, are now implementing a new world order plan, starting with COVID-19, with empty hospitals pretending to be full, followed by this recent inciting riots with what appears to be a Masonic theatrical event that occurred in Minneapolis, where George Floyd allegedly was killed with a neck compression by a guy who was also a Mason who knew him at a club that they both worked at. by a man, Chauvin, whose sister, like I said earlier, or excuse me, Chauvin's wife, his brother is the Asian officer standing in front of the whole event yesterday. All that's a little too coincidental. It's looking more and more like fakery was put on. So this young man right here was stood there, did nothing, and posed in front of the camera, is the brother of the wife of Derek Chauvin. I mean, what's the possibility of that happening in a city of 500,000 people like Minneapolis? All of these suspicious connections between the names, even the guy's face is questionable as to the perpetrator. We're looking at two different people possibly. And why would they put a replacement in who looks like him to fill his job? Why would they pull the real Derek out and put another guy in to do the dirty work? Their hairline is off. I agree. The hairline is definitely much higher on the earlier picture. It's highly unlikely anybody shaved their hairline. Very few people would do that. The eyes are not a direct match either. And perhaps the most convincing picture is this right here. Yeah, you can clearly see there's a definite, on the profile, there's a definite comparison that's just noticeable. I didn't think this was the case at first when I looked at him, but no, they've got a very good look-alike to fill in for this guy. Why? Why all the mystery around this? Why all the strange alliances between the players? Why the Masonic gang connection with George Floyd being part of the Young Risk Takers, a Masonic gang member organization? Oh yeah, Masons are gang members too. They're the earliest gangs, right? The original gangs were the Masons. All the Crips and the Bloods, they were on, no Masons there, man. Chatroom Celebrity called out the hairline day one, and I didn't even agree with you. But when I saw that side view, that definitely convinced me. Hey, take a look at this. Yeah, nice work. Check this out. Yeah, if you want to compare it to your notes, feel free. I'll give it to all the rooms. Give it to me, baby. Uh-huh. Yeah, check that out. It's an anomaly. This was a thespian street play gone wrong. You know, George Floyd and the police officer are in hiding. I wouldn't doubt it, yeah. George Floyd was a thespian. He was in high school drama. He really did like drama. He's been an actor for years. He's a porno actor. Anyway, it's just a lot of weird loose ends on this whole thing. Meanwhile, you know, they got us talking about something else other than the fact that COVID-19 was a lie. But now they're not able to implement their COVID plan. They're keeping that kind of inert, waiting to activate it at any time. Oh, look at here. Epstein didn't kill himself. You're welcome, son. There she is with her son, Andrew, as he zips off. It's a win-win for him because he doesn't have to worry about Epstein releasing any videotape of him with underage minors. And Epstein gets to live comfortably out there on Big St. James Island. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to out your location. Yeah, see, Jeffrey's too smart to live in the old place, in the dungeons of Little St. James Island. He moved to a new island, which he's been building up ever since. Big St. James Island. Oh, it's got a beautiful underground, well, I shouldn't tell you. You are Dave. I am Dave. Why aren't they arresting everyone? Well, they have arrested the one cop, and the other three have been charged. Oh, there you are, Jeffrey. Hi. No one will find you on your new island. I know. I was looking at your new island, Big St. James Island. It's a beautiful island. Yeah, you don't mind if I show a few people around? The other three cops didn't do anything. That's the whole point. The other three cops stood there and did nothing while they allegedly choked off Jeffrey Epstein. So these are the ideas that I want to fulfill in this election. I want to stop the chemtrails. And yes, I'll take anybody on head-on, verbally attacking me, claiming that you're coming up with some weird, stupid ideas there, Dave. We all know those are contrails. Sorry. Here you go, Jeffrey. Here's a picture of the bag person that was put in your place. Or was that Clinton's brother? Yeah, I'm not sure. But you can clearly see these are not the same people. I mean, their ears are different. Why Michael Batten couldn't see that means he's on the take. Whoops. I'm upside down. Sorry. Yeah, Michael Batten's on the take. It's pretty obvious. He's the rigger. Whenever they want to rigger people who have rigor, he rigs it so that they look like they're, whoops, perfectly normal. Right, Ellie? I'm having a hard time grabbing that. Yeah, it's a little glitch in the system. It's the interactive versus the command center. Every time I go to the command center, it messes me up. Well, you'll have to suffice to say the ears are different and the nose is different. Thank you. And now for something completely different. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring in the map of Little Big St. James Island, the new home of Jeffrey Epstein. Wow, let's take a look. Let's see if we can get a satellite image of the island. Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, this is Little St. James Island. Where's Big St. James Island? Oh, here it is. Great St. James Island. Yeah, there's a lot more places to hide on this. It's funny how Big St. James Island looks like a child fleeing persecutors, you know? Help me, help me. Please take me away. I don't want to be captured. No, help me. Yeah, it's kind of like that John Podesta clip. I don't want to play it or imitate it. It's pretty sick. Okay, I'm looking for my whiteboard. Yeah, you see the picture of the child running away? It's kind of obvious. Well, I guess you have to have an eye for art. Help me, help me, help me. Help me. This is the head. Help me. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to make light of this, but I mean, help me, help me. It looks like a child running away from their captor. Anyway, let's take a look. Now, where would you hide if you were going to build an underground bunker? Some access points here. Access points here. Survey said. Get the picture here. Driving, access points. That's an airstrip over there. I'd put the bunker right there in the smack in the middle, right there. See the small trails leading there? It's more common to put it right in here. So I would say this area is probably under excavation. Here's the clubhouse. It's easily acquired. So yeah, we'll never know. Jeffrey Epstein's too protected. They don't want him to get out. No, there is no new anything. There's no new app. Mark has been promising co-hosting for years and never delivered on it. Mark has been promising a lot of things, but hey, we have a good app. Go to Periscope. You can watch our show there. Yeah, every day I post a link at third party. Talk is cheap. Even if Mark took all his money and bought coders and programmers, he still couldn't manage them right. The only thing he can manage is taking dirty money to censor me and my show. That's about all Mark can handle. No, I think blacks are going to be treated better now that this whole issue's reached a kind of a peak in America. I really do. But I don't think if more violence occurs, blacks will be treated better. In fact, if more violence occurs and riots occur, blacks will be treated worse. If that's what you're getting at, then I agree with you. It's very possible. And I don't think that's right. I think rioting itself creates aggression. Well, the fact is Trump has responded very aggressively, and everyone in his cabinet is really kind of reeling from this behavior. Again, childlike behavior pushing to the limit. The Trump regime has announced its intent to crush peaceful protests with military force. Of course, this is a Yahoo article, but it does resemble the truth because of the incident in front of the church the other day. And this is what we all worried about, that the possibility is Donald Trump is the storm.
Long before it was called a pandemic. No, I've always viewed it as very serious. It was felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. No, I've always viewed it as very serious. There was no difference yesterday from days before.
I don't think I can play that music. It plays the background. Kind of ruins the whole effect when I can't play his voice, but whatever. He's changed his dialogue many times, let's suffice to say. And this guy's training people to kill. In a process, he's training police officers in a process he calls killology. We really need people like him, not... Here's a video. Bicyclists attack people on the Capitol Crescent Trail while signs for support George Floyd. Okay, I'm not sure if there's signs supporting George Floyd and the guy literally attacked them. Watch what happened.
Hey, leave her alone.
Do not touch her. Do not touch her. She has nothing. Do not touch her.
Leave her alone. Sarah, just walk away. Hey!
Get off her.
Just get out of there. What? Hey! What the fuck? Leave a fucking pig. You want it? What? Give it to me. Okay.
So he had to give him the tape, but he didn't realize there's digital memory in that camera. You can have the tape over, but it still has digital memory in it. So whatever. Good luck. We got that on tape. That's good. Yeah, violence against anybody posting a sign is ridiculous. It's crazy the way people react. Simple signs. It was all about a group of people supporting George Floyd, and they have the right to do this. I don't say it's the wrong thing to protest. If you want to protest, make sure you know what you're protesting. But yeah. Day by day. Here's Nancy Pelosi suffering a mental lapse in a recent speech. Watch this.
I preface it by saying, as you probably saw, there are military on the steps of Lincoln Memorial. What is it? Now I'll read it to you. Soldiers on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of people are affected by the fluoride in their soft drinks, so you can't blame Nancy completely. She's drinking fluoride. She never even got tuned into the fact that you need to drink filtered water. Poor Nancy. Poor Nancy, as she continues to rip off our country of every net worth we ever had. She's really a venomous person. I agree with a lot of Republicans about Nancy. She's got to resign. She's not doing a good job. Too much spending. Too much spending. We played that one earlier. Trump shushing reporters. We got that. And the DC mayor renaming of the street outside of Black Lives Matter Plaza. Basically, outside the White House, the DC mayor has declared the city street to be Black Lives Matter Plaza. Yeah, kind of amazing.
Can control what you focus a couple years ago? No. Those in government and the media have been... If someone else can...
That's weird. That's really weird. Yeah. I had something queued up there and it just disappeared. Huh. I'll play more of the Larkin Rose tonight. I skipped that last night. I'll get that back up and running. Yeah, here it is. Let's see if I can get back to it. Nope, that's not it either. Here we go. You notice they have a black man putting this up. You think they're exploiting him for labor? There you go, everybody. Black Lives Matter Plaza, right in front of DC, right in front of the White House. That's right. And there's a lot of black people in DC, especially considering Barack Obama hired predominantly black people at the White House. Yeah, many people never made a big deal about it, but Barack Obama did not hire based on a quota. He hired black people. So all the people at the Smithsonian are practically all black employees. Oh yeah, we walked around the Smithsonian last summer. Sarah and I went to the Museum of Natural History. And I had to wait for Sarah outside of the door while she got to the parking. And they were very insistent on me moving from the door. I mean, they told me right up, they said, no, you all that, it's all there, man. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm just waiting under the, just trying to wait for somebody here. You get out of the way, man. It's like very, very officious. They like their jobs. What do you think about China's digital currency? I don't think about it. I don't like the idea of digital currency. I believe it's too easy to cheat. The safeguards are not secure, although some Bitcoin people would argue that that's not true. Well, I would have to differ. When it's so simple as a couple digits on a computer, it could easily be hacked.
New restrictions on Chinese journalists working in America. 5 Chinese state-run media organizations, including CGTN and Xinhua, will have to cut their US-based staff by 40%. China condemned the move, saying it exposes the hypocrisy of the United States' so-called freedom of press.
The U.S. move follows China's decision to expel Wall Street Journal reporters late last month. But Washington says the decision is aimed at leveling numbers between the two countries. China is said to have placed unofficial visa caps on foreign journalists for years.
I would agree with that. Actually, I don't have a problem with leveling the number of journalists from both countries. Let's not forget that Dianne Feinstein, the supposed person who manages overseeing our intelligence community, has done nothing to do that. And instead, she actually hired a Chinese nationalist to actually be her limousine driver for 20 years. And instead of arresting the man who was clearly getting state secrets from driving her around every day, they gave him a severance package and gave him a free ride home. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, in China, in Beijing, 18 of our top CIA agents over the past 10 years have been killed, probably tortured first and then killed. So China has a totally different way of dealing with spies than we do. So I don't mind what Trump is doing relevant to China at this point. If China wants to engage in very bad practices of withholding information about the coronavirus for 2 months, like they did, not admitting that fact, like they're doing now, not even willing to admit to Australia that they took all their masks without even telling them they had an outbreak that was going to reach the Australian shores, as well as 100 other nations. Now China's imposing an 80% tariff on those 100 nations. I don't know. We're looking like we're getting back into a Cold War scenario. I think we are heading back into a Cold War scenario. Am I a spy? No. Why would you think I'm a spy? I've done nothing to warrant that. The fact is, these people who are spies in our country are getting off, whereas you try to be a spy in China, you'll get killed, tortured, then killed. Yeah, Black Lives Matter as long as you don't get robbed and shot and stabbed. There you have it, really. I mean, because Black Lives Matter seems to want to be more violent because they are not representing blacks, ironically. They're representing a Jewish elite socialist communist group. They're completely controlled by George Soros, the guy who pretty much gave you all the bricks in every city in America. Yeah, Trump is just a kind of a puppet, like a modern day Hitler. Hitler was a puppet too, in case you didn't know. Hitler was a puppet that was used by the Rothschilds. Trump is a puppet being used by the Rothschilds. They've negotiated a deal with him so that Vladimir Putin is his handler. So whenever Trump, says, could you give me a little more lubricant, please, Vlade? Vlade doesn't have the obligation to give more lubricant. He just, no, you take it rough, dry, like a good Russian take it this way. Oh, no. Don't show the sex tape. I don't want anyone to know that I was around women urinating. So they got all kinds of dirt on Trump. They control his inner workings. Yeah, Trump still thinks he's on Apprentice and he's like a TV star. He's rather infantile in his beliefs. Anderson Cooper has got a little story about Mattis giving a stunning rebuke of Trump. 9 minutes. I can do better. I've got a CNN story I should show you regarding this. I could bring it to you at the end of our show. It's about General Mattis and what he said. John Kelly backed him. I think CNN did a fairly good job. I don't want to play it on our show, though. I know many of you have an aversion to watching CNN. But yeah, they get some of their facts right. They got pictures of the tear gas that was used, but it was supposedly a pepper spray. Whatever. Right out in front of the White House to clear the way for the president. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Boom, 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 boom. We're clearing the way for you, sir. Come on in. This is absurd. It's almost like Trump's presidency is like a mockery of itself. It's like a cartoon, right? I'm looking at your link. Sometimes it takes me a while. Hey everyone, if you agree that something was injected into his neck, then make a screen recording. Okay. Very good link. Thank you. This is my theory earlier that maybe somebody had injected George Floyd and knocked him out. Like, like the voodoo drug they give people to make them look like they're dead. Let's take a look and zoom in on it. We're going to take a quick look at this, and thank you for that, and keeping vigilant, please, Mr. David. Appreciate that. You're trying your hardest to make up for your wrongdoing. Let's blow this up to bigger than life, and let's see what we got. Wow. Zooming. That looks kind of like an injector, doesn't it? It could also be checking his pulse, too. Yeah. Slowing it down. Ooh, there is something in his hand. Look at that. See the side angle of his hand as it moves? It's like a package. See that? It's right in the frame. Yeah, very, very suspicious. Yeah, very much like a package. Like they gave him a little knockout drug to make him go away until he wakes up in the Bahamas with 13 million in GoFundMe money. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's definitely something. We've seen it. We've seen it on screen now, folks. Yeah, and the George Floyd in the pictures doesn't look like the George Floyd of the porno movies. I know. Let's not talk about mince words about breaking the law. We're trying to find out if he died or not. Somebody sent in the Chappelle skit where they drop drugs all around the criminal? No. It very likely could be. His nostrils don't look like Floyd, though. When you look at the close-up of his nostril area, yeah, it doesn't have the same angulation of Floyd's. It looks more like my nostrils, Well, see, people have said, David, you look like you could have African American nostrils, you know. Well, not really. I mean, when you know that Africans have a little bit more of a nostril activity, I'm just saying it could not. Maybe it's not him. You never know. We've seen 3 different camera angles of the attack. Why 3 cameras playing at the same time? Was this like a major thespian Masonic theater activity going on? You had a massive nosebleed the other day? Oh my gosh. Have you had your white blood cells checked and everything prior to going into surgery? You need to do that. Is there a video of what led up to this incident? Yes, there is. And there is video of him being hauled out of the car. He was already in the car, and he was hauled out of the car and put on the ground again. That's suspicious too. The Communist Party headquarters in Berlin in 1932. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not, you know, why wouldn't that be a real picture? Look closely, okay? Take a look. Die Krieg, Hunger, and Faschismus. What am I looking at? List 3, KPD. What am I supposed to be seeing exactly? Is this a social distancing party that's going on there in 1932? I don't know. We're all too racist to tell if that's him or not. We don't really have the ability to talk about black people and their nostrils. Otherwise, we sound racist, so we better not say anything. National Guard about to resign after Pentagon decision to remove their weapons? Well, sure. I can see the National Guard walking away from the job if they're weaponless. Look what happened to, remember what happened to Ronald Reagan when he ordered the Marines to be disarmed in Lebanon, in Beirut, Lebanon, and over 200 people died? He told them to only have rubber bullets. 1st Battalion, 8th Marines, killing 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and 3 soldiers because they didn't have anything but rubber bullets. 1983 Beirut attacks. So Marines are all sitting there with rubber bullets, no armaments whatsoever, and a guy drives a vehicle straight into the barracks, the Marine barracks in Beirut, blowing up the vehicle and killing 220 Marines and 15 other sailors. Look at that. Devastation. Did Ronald Reagan admit he made a mistake? My fellow Americans, I had no idea that those men would be attacked by any type of a terrorist because we basically didn't have any plans at all for any unknown terrorist attack. And I'm sorry I gave them rubber bullets. But I thought that it was the right idea. You know, he never even commented. He took it like in stride, like the actor that he was. Well, I had another jelly bean, and I considered the fact that I made a lot of money as president from the Illuminati. Yeah, Bin Laden was never going to attack in the first place. There's no evidence he was attacking us in 9/11. That's all circumspect. The translation was inaccurate. He was merely saying in the video that they showed in 2000, he was merely saying what a great job they had done and how he approves, not that he had planned it. Yeah, soldiers with no weapons to protect themselves are like U.S. citizens with no weapons to protect themselves from a tyrannical government. Same thing. So if the Pentagon wants to disarm the U.S. National Guard, I would not doubt that they'll go off the job. When you think about it, why would a person want to be put themselves in harm's way, supporting an illegal regime that's violating the Constitution? I mean, think about it. It's their choice. It's not my choice to make. It's their choice. But yeah, they're not really... This is absurd.
At a time when police misconduct is in the spotlight, this video has gone viral. A 75-year-old man left on the ground.
He's bleeding out of his ear. Look at this.
After officers appear to shove him. Police in Buffalo initially said he'd tripped and fallen, then changed their statement, adding that 2 officers had been suspended.
The use of rubber bullets, of tear gas, of pepper spray, and in some cases live ammunition in violation of international standards of the use of force, that this is continuing and escalating.
Peaceful protest!
Over the past 40 years, government funding for the police has tripled to more than $100 billion.
I understand that Donald Trump is now spending a great deal on adding 180,000 police officers to the United States. I mean, yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, why do we need the National Guard? If we need the National Guard, yeah, they come armed. Donald Trump is prematurely calling the National Guard, and I stand on the side of Mark Espers and saying he's not going to impose an insurrection act at this time. And I want to applaud you, Mark, for standing up to the president. You're about the only person with any balls in Washington right now. Yeah, that was impressive. Mark Esper standing up to the president. Man, that was better than Omarosa saying, "No way, you can't fire me, Mr. Trump." Where is Omarosa's book? Remember, she was going to write a book, a tell-all, and never happened. Wonder what happened to her. Somebody probably told her they'll sue the crap out of her if she does it, but you know, she's protected. Even if she signed a non-disclosure agreement, they can't enforce it against her. It's not valid in the District of Columbia. Well, where is Omarosa? Are they still hanging out? Because she said that Donald Trump called her the N-word all the time. She got paid off. Let me see what Omarosa's net worth is. She has a pasta house. No, that's somebody else. Omarosa Manigault Newman. What does she do for a living? She's an actor, TV personality, political consultant. What is she doing now? She's working on finishing her degree at Payne Theological Seminary. That was back in 2012. What? I don't know. John Allen Newman is and Aaron Stallworth, so she's still married to Newman. She has a United Theological Seminary degree. Yeah, and she's working on her master's now. She has $3.5 million. Wow. Omarosa made $3.5 million on all these engagements and meetings and everything. Well, maybe she's set. She doesn't need to write a book that would damage the president's re-election capability. I'm sure this entire attack on the innocent protesters will damage his electability as well. The problem is, will Donald Trump face an actual opponent in the upcoming election? I don't believe Joe Biden has got enough to beat him. I think he stammers too much and has pretty much been knocked out of the running because of his obvious dementia. The Democrats have globbed onto a kind of a loser there with Biden. I think that Trump has got enough core Republicans to pull the Electoral College votes in key states. I do believe that even to this day. Let's not underestimate how many supporters that simply believe Trump would never lie, when in fact he lies all the time. David, check this out. They shot a homeless man, and you're wondering why his pants were down. LAPD shot a homeless man in a wheelchair in the face. So this is a picture of a guy who got hit with rubber bullets in his face. And he's a homeless man. Why were his pants down? That's a really good question. And why was he shot in the face? Yeah, see, we need real sensitivity training for cops, especially in Los Angeles and New York and other cities. This is a complete disaster zone. What a sad day to see such a horrible situation. Who knows why his pants were down? Maybe he was going to the bathroom. I don't know. I'm not his caregiver. Well, maybe it's the Castro district. I don't know. Maybe he was looking for some fun. But he got a rubber bullet in the face, man. That's pretty sad. David Icke, Thugs Looters for the 1%. That looks like a show we could play tonight. I'm sorry, you'll be banned as soon as you play it. So I can't play it right now. I have to play it later. It's definitely in the lineup. Thank you for that. How are you going to shoot a homeless man in a wheelchair with his pants half hanging down? Maybe he was in the act of trying to solicit sex from one of the officers, and they were offended. I'm not trying to make a joke about this, okay? Although there are countless jokes I could make. It's just really pathetic what's happening right now. I'm very upset. I'd like to wrangle all those cops into one room and put them through a battery of personality exams. Have you seen these personality exams that they take for entrance to jobs now? They don't even give them to cops, but if we gave them to cops now, I guarantee we could pull about 15% of those cops out for just being deranged. Seriously, that would be a starting point in the culling of the bad cops. The guy was indeed gay. Well, everything with a guy's pants down is gay to you. There's numerous videos out there that show cops blowing away people in wheelchair. I know. It's a terrible situation. What am I going to do? I mean, we need this third party like no other. By the end of 2020, the national debt will be $27 trillion. That's the reality. That'll be $27 trillion. We're going to be looking at that coming up because of all the spending that Nancy Pelosi and Donald is doing. In fact, it'll be pushing $28 trillion by 2021. Yep, there's the debt clock. Do, 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 do. It's always there to look at. Money can be an illusion if your limited time is not, if your limited time alive is not. Why trade it for some paper? You know, that's always been my point. Why sell out for money when time is the most valuable thing on earth? Yeah, look at it, it's almost 26 trillion right now. They just added a whole lot with the stimulus checks and unemployment. By the time all that's spent out, you'll be looking at 27 trillion going to 28 trillion by the election. The $6 trillion will be added to the debt, but by the end of the cycle, Nancy Pelosi's working on spending another $3 trillion. No one wants to do that. John Stamos says goodbye to Fuller House. Without kids, just a family of adults who are living together. You know, I don't know. John Stamos, his involvement in that show, I think pretty much many people wonder about that show. And what happened to the girls, the Olsen twins, why they didn't go to the reunion. Yeah, people think it was like a statement thing. So, to kind of round things out and summate here, I want to do all these great things for the country. In order to create this, I can't do it alone. We need a better plan. So we came up with America's Third Party as an alternative. We want to get a wall built. Trump hasn't built a wall. We've got that problem going on. It would have been great if he'd built one, but he didn't build one. So if you want to vote for me in the upcoming election, just tell people about me. Write my name in. Get this third party going. Spread the word. I know you do, but... Well, our national assets will have to be reorganized. Right now we have some globalists that are playing chess with all of our assets. They think they own the world, so they figure they can mess with America's assets. Yeah, they're busy in a chess game that only they understand. Bringing in black Antifa members and posting them in cities like Minneapolis and Chicago and Cincinnati are like pawns to a guy like George Soros. A little bit of money and he can buy anybody all the Acme bricks he wants. He's part owner in the company, Acme Bricks. We established that tonight. Yeah. Berkshire Hathaway owned the company that dropped all the bricks off in front of all of the protest rallies that ended up in broken bricks or bricks breaking windows. Yeah, so that's a serious connection. George Soros, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett are all on the board members of the Acme brick holding company, Berkshire Hathaway. And we know that these bricks were laid out. We have pictures all across the country. Even in Ottawa. We know that the Antifa members were receiving playbills on how to act and how to behave, and we can trace that to George Soros. We also have direct evidence tonight in our Veritas. We're going to play both Veritas Part 1 and Part 2 right after the show in a few minutes. I'll play those two videos for you. We know that the Veritas has exposed Antifa being solicited in crowds of people, and they actually bring them in. They want more violent people. So that's a serious allegation. Donald Trump refuses to out George Soros as the funder of Antifa. He'd rather come out talking about Antifa being privately funded by whatever. He doesn't even talk about that. So it's a big problem. Okay, we're signing off. Thank you for coming in, everybody. Take care. Good night.